Okay, we are on. Okay, so at least some people have connected already, and we can start, and the recording has started too. So welcome to the second day of Science Information Spirit Congress. Well, 26th Congress in a row. I have to deactivate the sound for everyone so that, and I have switched off the YouTube translation sound so it will not duplicate me. And our first speaker is ready. So Professor Vladimir Vayekov is already online with his presentation on, and his 1 hour presentation is ready to go. Vladimir, you take your stage. I will.
Okay, thank you very much, Dmitry. And I would like to say Konstantin, to thank Konstantin, who is, I don't know where he is, but yesterday I was also unable to participate, unfortunately, because of some obstacles in this conference. But hopefully today I'll be able not only to talk, but to hear, and this to hear others. And this will be for the 27th, you said, time. This is the 27th conference, yes, Dmitry?
26, to my mind.
26, okay, yes. I even shifted for one more. So today, as on previous also conferences, I would like to talk about the topic which I like mostly, and the problem which I suppose is one of the most important, both for science and for practice, that is water science. And Konstantin asked me to talk about the new findings in water science. This should be the whole lecture course, if just to talk about the new finding in water science in general. And I decided to give some examples in the development of water science based on the studies of long-term change in the properties of water systems after mechanical influences. So mechanical influences are just mostly widespread known influences upon water. Water cannot be still, never. It also in the movement. And the thing is that this movement may be very active or or not so active, but in any case, what was shown just in a few years, that movement of water changes its properties drastically. In fact, the history of the effect of changes in water movement starts probably from more than 200 years ago. And it is based on the history of the technology of sequential dilution of substances, which is associated with the emergence of the therapeutic system, which is called homeopathy. And it was developed by the great German medical doctor and scientist Hahnemann. His system, therapeutical system, which he called homeopathy, is based on few principles, and two of them are most important for today's today's presentation. The first and the major principle of homeopathy is like cures like. What means that substances that in high doses can cause symptoms characteristic of the patient's pathological conditions, in small doses have a therapeutical effect. But how to get these small doses? And Hahnemann developed the whole technological and very important technological process, how to get these small doses, which will not be poisonous, but will have therapeutic effect. And this technology is based on the principle of potentiation, or its synonym is the principle of dynamization, which means that in order to get these small doses of these poisons, sequential dilution of initial substance with intensive mechanical action on each dilution step should increase therapeutic effect of diluted substance and decrease side effects, which are poisonous. The principle of potentiation is realized in a form which you can see on this slide. Original material, original poison, so to say, is extracted with water or aqueous ethanol, and this extract is called mother tincture, MT. Then this mother tincture is subjected to a sequence of dilutions in the same solvent which was used for extraction. So here is the example of dilution 100 times on each step, which is labeled like 1C. This is the 100 dilution of a portion of mother tincture. Then the drop or 1 milliliter of this dilution is taken and diluted with the solvent again 100 times, and then again 100 times, and etc. These dilutions may go to, for example, here is an example of 12C. That means it is diluted 10 times in the power 24, and it may go even further to dilution of 2,100 dilution and so on. Even this dilution already theoretically may practically be devoid of the molecules of original material. And still Hahnemann and his school, which is just a worldwide school, they insist that these potencies or ultra-high dilutions that may be practically devoid of molecules of original material still have biological activity. And in general, in many cases, the more the higher is the potency or the higher is the dilution, with succussion, what is most important, that is potentiation or dynamization at each step, the more maybe its biological activity. However, this concept, which is an empirical concept, I would say, in the first place, was rejected practically or by official medicine just from the time when it was suggested. For more than 200 years, there is a dispute, mildly speaking, between the proponents and opponents of homeopathy. Opponents of homeopathy claim that it is based on concepts that contradict the firmly established law of physics and chemistry, and it cannot work. They ask such, as it seems to them, very simple questions. How can a homeopathic medicine work if it may be devoid of a single molecule of original active substance? So it should contain only solvent at very high dilutions. And second, also the question which follows from the so-called common sense, how can the properties of aqueous water, aqueous solutions or water alcohol solutions be effective by their intensive mixing, succussion, that's potentiation on each step, if they must return to their initial equilibrium a short time after termination of the mechanical action? So most of physicists and chemists believe that if we take a glass of water and we intensely just mix it, succuss it, then put it on the table, then during the short period of time, water again will become still, and all molecules will become quasi-chaotic, have quasi-chaotic distribution in this glass of water, and nothing in this water will come into equilibrium with the environment. So, but there is still the effect of homeopathic medicine, which was demonstrated in millions of cases. And skeptics explain this, and it cannot be just rejected, but they can give an explanation to say that as soon as it contradicts physics and chemistry, then the apparent therapeutic effect of homeopathic medicine can be explained by placebo effect. Well, everybody knows the word placebo, but just the explanation in simple words is auto hypnosis. So the person believes that he takes something which heals him, and he hypnotizes himself, and it really may help. So the rejection of homeopathy, for example, is explained in details in the article Homeopathy in Wikipedia. Nevertheless, if there are homeopathy didn't die, if it was completely ineffective, it should during 200 plus years simply die out, and people would forget about this erroneous medical approach. But still, it is used, and it used practically all over the world. And in some countries, like in India, for example, this is part of official medicine, homeopathy, in India, in Latin America, and so on. So still there is resistance, still there is there is discussion about homeopathy. And the first question to answer before any discussion on the medical aspects of homeopathy, on the clinical efficacy of it should be asked like this. Do serially prepared ultra-high dilutions or potencies of mother tincture differ first in their activity, in a placebo, in their action on placebo-free systems, not on human being, which can persuade himself that he is treated, but on systems where there is no placebo effect? And do they differ in their physical chemical properties from a pure solvent, even when concentration of the active substance in them becomes negligible? For example, we take this 12 hundredths dilution of initial substance, which theoretically doesn't contain a single molecule in a liter. Should it be different, or should it be the same as water which was used as a solvent? If there is no difference between these two samples, then homeopathy is really an illusion. But if there is difference between this sample, which supposedly should contain only this water, then homeopathy has a scientific foundation. And we shall now discuss in this continuous in this presentation if there is or if there is no difference between these two samples. So, over the long history of the study of preparations representing ultra-high dilutions of various substances obtained by the potentiation technology, it has been shown that they can influence the properties of various test systems. In many cases, these test systems were biological test systems, were animals, small children, and so on. And still, the opponents of homeopathy, which sometimes are have a very high authority in biology and medicine, rejected all these examples. But in recent years, the number of such works has increased dramatically. And I'll tell you today for the first time that in the last few years, ultra-high dilutions began to be used in technologies unrelated to biomedicine, which cannot be rejected by medical doctors and biologists who do not know these technologies. Here are some examples of these very fresh works. A very recent paper, which was published in the Nature-affiliated journal, journal affiliated with the Nature company, Scientific Reports, which is devoted to really just industrial technique, the preparation of piezoelectric ceramics. This ceramics is used to generate and receive acoustic vibrations as distance sensors, sources of high voltage, spark discharges, and so on. And of course, different ceramics prepared by different techniques changes in their technical parameters. And this very recently in 2020, in this Nature journal, it was published a paper where they show that ceramics, which was using hot pressing technology of this stuff, of this powder containing bismuth, titanium, niobium, oxygen, so it doesn't matter, people know what they were doing, which was pre-treated with the ultra-high dilutions of these powders, of these ceramics was used, have key technical parameters 20% better than those of control samples. So what is ultra-high dilution of these powders? Simply, they took these initial powders, and these powders were diluted according to the classical Hahnemann method. These powders were sequentially grinded. This process is called trituration in a vessel with lactose until dilution 10,000 times. And then it was extracted and potentiated to the potencies as high or ultra-high dilutions, as small as 50th 100th dilution. And these potencies, which of course contained no original powder at all, they were mixed with the powder, in fact, and hot pressed. Using the temperatures in hot pressing is about 900 degrees. And finally, they had technical parameters 20% better than those of control samples, to which no these, in fact, homeopathic dilutions were added. So what was mostly surprising for me, that this paper was published in Nature only 2 years ago. Simply because probably it didn't have any hint of biology or medicine. Just a technical advancement, which of course allows to get a material which may be used in a wide range of industrial application. Another example, I will use only few examples which are known. Of the application of the technology of sequential dilutions of substances in technology. This paper was published by the Indian authors, Effect of Ultra-High Diluted Homeopathic Medicine on Electrical Properties of the Electroactive Polymer. I would not just say that, so the abbreviation of this polymer is PVDF HFP. So this electroactive polymer is polymer which also is used in technique, which is like a semiconductor, used in has many different applications. Here, they prepared this electroactive polymer from monomers using conventional technique, but they added to it the commercial homeopathic preparation, ferrum metallicum and zincum oxidatum, in the range of potencies from C6 to C200. And it was found the electrical properties of these samples are significantly improved due to inclusion of these two commercial homeopathic preparations during the technological preparation of this polymer. And the effect, the properties, good properties, increases with the increase of the degree of dilution. And I would like just to stress here that the classical homeopathic medicine were used in chemical technology or physical, chemical, industrial technology. For example, this ferrum metallicum is used normally and prepared for treatment of number of forms of neurosis, epilepsy, and zincum oxidatum has pronounced bactericidal, fungicidal activity. And in fact, it is even more surprising, just I would say shocking, that this medicine, which has medical activity, can affect the technical properties of electroactive polymer, which has nothing to do to medicine or biology, just techniques. So, what special properties do drugs that are obtained by potentization technology possess to have such an effect on variety of test systems, if, according to conventional concepts, they contain nothing but a solvent? So I presented these two examples from the sphere of industry, from the sphere of technique, in order to show that it should have some very different properties from the solvent which was used for preparation of these ultra-high dilutions. Now, what are these properties which originate in the cause of potentiation? In fact, the potentiation includes not only dilution, and I would like again to stress it, but also succussion. That is trituration or very intense succussion of the substance. What happens to water or aqueous ethanol or other water-containing systems when they are mechanically treated? In fact, the physical chemical changes which happen to water when it is mechanically treated so they begin to study it not so long ago, probably only about 30 years from the first papers in which some people, and here is the Russian scientists, Russian physicists and chemists, Domrachov, Selivanovsky, and others, they begin to study what happens to water when it is treated with audible sound. For example, we have a glass of water and talk in its presence, or is treated with ultrasound. When water flows through thin capillaries, when water is evaporated and then condensed, when it is freezed and thawed. And they found it about 30 years ago for the first time, that after such treatments, which are very normal treatments, you see water evaporation and condensation, freezing, thawing, it always happens in nature, that hydrogen peroxide accumulates in such water after these mechanical treatments. And reactive oxygen species such as superoxide radical and hydrogen peroxide and other pure hydrogen, oxygen, active nitrogen forms appear in water after such normal, usual, very conventional treatment of water. If they took not even audible sound affects water in such a way. If you took not very, very pure water, but you take a solution of bicarbonate or containing calcium bicarbonate, sodium bicarbonate, magnesium, then yield of hydrogen peroxide, which is the result of combination of hydroxyl free radicals, which originate when water is split into hydrogen and oxygen and hydroxyl radical So this reaction gives birth to hydrogen peroxide, which you can measure because it is more or less much more stable than a hydrogen atom or hydroxyl radical. It increases. When they published their works in the end of 80s, beginning of 1990s, and not surprisingly, these works were published with great tension, and they had to apply a lot of efforts to publish their papers, because the conventional physicists and chemists of very high rank said it is impossible, because you can split water into fragments only using the intense ultraviolet or passing electrical current through water, and other very, very intense effects on water, because hydrogen and oxygen are connected very tightly in water molecules. But it turns out that water molecules can split into parts, into atoms, under the action of audible sound, for example. Now, their work was published in Russian journals, and it was not well known in to the international scientific community, and forgotten even here in Russia. But during the very last years, 10 years or even less, it turned out that they were right. That mechanical treatment of even pure water, and pure I put here in brackets, because there is no such a stuff in nature as pure water. You can receive very, very pure water, but when you open it, it immediately contacts with air, and oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide begin to be dissolved in water. Water is in a container, and in a container, it dissolves the walls of the even glass or even quartz container. The quantity of this non-water stuff in water is very small, but it is very important. So it's not already pure water. So, but it was shown that even the most pure water, when it is mechanically treated, changes its physical-chemical properties. So in Russian Institute of General Physics, it was shown that the radiation of water with infrared radiation, it's just intensive mixing, which we call succussion, but we may mix it even with a spoon. Succussion of vessels with water leads to appearance of its own luminescence and changes in its viscosity. So the mechanical treatment of water changes physical and chemical properties. And these changes sustained for a long period of time. Short-term mechanical treatment, it was already what we discovered more than 10 years ago. Short-term mechanical treatment of weak bicarbonate solutions, like solutions of drinking water. If they contain low doses of hydrogen peroxide, which is an active oxygen, leads to ignition of luminescence in it. And this luminescence, I told it our results at this conference also several years ago, they do not fade for many months. So if you just take hydrogen peroxide, very, very weak hydrogen peroxide solution together with very weak bicarbonate solution, and add affected with mechanical treatment, and then put this test tube, simply leave it, then it will emit photons, very low, of very low intensity for many months and even years. So it means that the process go on in water, which give birth to light from water. So it is not a stable thing. It is just like a electrical bulb. So water treatment leading to formation of cavitation bubbles in it lead to change in the ratio of ortho and para water in it. It was shown by Sergei Pershin, so also from the Institute of General Physics last year. Unfortunately, I do not have time, and it needs a very special lecture to tell about ortho and para water. But it is very much important that any water contains at least two kinds of water. One is paramagnetic, that means it can be attracted by a magnet, and another is diamagnetic, that means it will be repelled by a magnet. 10 years ago, practically nobody was talking about this very, very important property of water. Now, mechanical action on aqueous solutions of various substances, mother tincture, which I already mentioned, during their potentiation, changes their physical chemical properties much more strongly compared to potentiation of pure water. Most scientists, most physicists, they work with so-called pure water, again, pure in brackets, water. But in fact, we are dealing in homeopathic medicine is prepared from mother tincture, from some original substance which may have biological activity, and then it is succussed, diluted, that means potentiation, and it turns out that if you take originally some solution and not pure water and you potentiate it, then the properties of, even when nothing is left from original substance, then there are differences in properties of these two kind of samples. So we studied and recently published a paper where we compared physical chemical properties of ultra-high dilutions of the so-called hydrated fullerene. Don't have time to go into details of this very important substance which prolongs life of at least rats about 2 times, in the range of potencies from 10 to the minus 7 to 10 to the minus 31 molar. In fact, there is no fullerene in such potencies in many tons of such potency of this dilution. And we compared these physical chemical properties of these ultra-high dilutions and corresponding potencies of water. That means that we took pure water and diluted it with pure water with succussion, so getting the same potencies. So the result was, we obtained many different results. I'll show only one of them. So if you take these potencies, different potencies of fullerenes and so-called potencies of pure water, then one can see that all potencies of hydroxyfullerene have much higher buffering capacity with respect to acidification than water potencies. So we dilute them with pure water, and it turns out that if initially there was hydroxyfullerene in water, and here there is practically no fullerene at all, but still water has much higher buffering capacity. That means that as if some alkali appeared in water, which prevents its acidification in comparison to potencies of pure water. So water remembers, so to say, when we dilute it with succussion, remembers that originally it was a solution of hydroxyfullerene. And also what we found, and we were not the first, we found it for the first time for this particular substance, hydrated fullerene, that when you take different dilutions of water, for example, these dilutions 10 to the minus 17 molar, and then you make next dilution 10 to the minus 19 molar, it has higher buffering property, then this buffering property drops down, then it again increases, and so on. So pH should change with addition of acid, but it changes and then increases, then changes and increases. So these potencies, they change their behavior on each step. As regards pure water, when we make different potencies of pure water, then at low potencies, at low dilutions, low level of dilutions, they also behave like potencies of mother tincture. But when we begin to dilute water more and more and more, then its behavior is similar to behavior of the solvent of pure water. So this was we found in this particular work that if you succass water, or if you succass some solution, the behavior of these ultra-high dilutions is different from water and from water potencies and solution potencies. But now I would like just to tell about the works which demonstrated that ultra high dilutions or very high potencies of very different biological substances, in fact, really very different from what is expected from the behavior of pure water or pure solvent, which was not treated mechanically. So by 2000s, already by this 21st century, a significant amount of data had accumulated that many biologically active substances can influence in ultra-high dilutions diverse properties of a variety of biological model systems. I told already at the beginning of this lecture about these observations. But there was no good explanation to why they should behave like this, and that's why skeptics always rejected this data. One of the Russian chemists, prominent Russian chemist, Alexander Konovalov, about 15 years ago, began to study, interested in this problem, and this observation motivated him to compare physical chemical properties of aqueous ultra-high dilution preparations of biologically active compounds with the properties of agitated water or succassed water using standard high precision laboratory equipment. And he started this research with his research group, basing on the presumption. We share the general accepted point of view that the number of molecules in an active substance in ultra highly dilute solutions is too small for inducing biological effect, but still there is biological effect. So probably these highly diluted solutions are not solutions at all. So if you simply dilute something without succussion, then the active substance disappears. There is no biological effect. But if you dilute it with succussion, then biological effect not only doesn't disappear, but new effects may appear. In fact, this is the second principle of homeopathy by Hahnemann. Konovalov decided to know what happens to solutions during their potentiation. And he discovered that ultra-high dilutions of biologically active substances which possess biological activities are stable suspensions of electrically charged aqueous nano-associates in water. What it means, nano-associates, using the conventional but contemporary methods of studies of liquids and water solutions, he found that water contain supramolecular light scattering negatively charged ensembles, and their sizes may reach 600 nanometers. That's about half a micron. By the way, the dimension of a microbe cell is 1 micron. So when the ultra-high dilutions are prepared, in water there appears such negatively charged ensembles, which may contain many hundreds of millions of water molecules, and they are formed in the course of successive dilutions with succussion of solutions of biologically active substances. I give you, so this is a great work. Many papers are published by their group when they studied, they have shown that this phenomenon applies to hundreds of biologically active substances. For example, they take if they take such a substance which is called potassium phenazane, this is an antioxidant with a very pronounced biologically active properties. This is a small molecular weight compound. Its diameter is less than 2 nanometers, and they begin to prepare the successive dilutions with potentiation of this compound and study if it contains only molecules of potassium phenazane, which are, should be very small, or something originates in this solution. They see that with successive dilutions, which may be as high potency or as ultra high dilution as 10 to the minus 20, it contains the nano-associates with diameter 450 nanometers, 300 nanometers, and so on. So in water, if you take originally this potassium phenazane, and when you prepare sequential dilutions, then in water appear some substances which shouldn't contain this antioxidant potassium phenazane, but they contain millions of water molecules and probably also gas molecules and practically no potassium phenazane molecule. According to just simple calculations and conventional science, already here, one shouldn't find nothing except for single water molecules or their small groups, about 10, 20 water molecules, and such a nano-associate contains hundreds of millions of water molecules, and it can sustain for many days, weeks, or even months. So what they have shown, that not all the compounds give birth to such a nano-associates. These compounds should have biological activity. For example, if they take solution with normal concentration of a small molecular weight compound which doesn't have biological activity, then no nano-associate will originate. So in order to form nano-associates in ultra-high dilutions in high potencies, they need to take especially biologically active compounds. There are tens and hundreds of such compounds, but there are compounds which are very similar to them chemically, which do not give rise to nano-associates if they do not have biological activity. Second condition for appearance of nano-associates is that the solution should be at each step of dilution succussed, mandatory succussion. Again, mechanical action on the on the solution. And third, most important property, most important condition for appearance of nano-associates, which they really discovered, is that if to perform such a technique of dilution in the under the conditions where the samples are shielded from environmental electromagnetic fields or magnetic fields. So if to take special metals which practically shield from the magnetic field of Earth, which shield from the electromagnetic activity, which is everywhere in nature, and especially technical, like 50 Hertz, then nano-associates, even if there is initially a biological active compound was taken or succussion was performed, nano-associates do not originate. Nobody knew this condition, practically nobody, except for, I will only name two very important persons like Jacques Benveniste and Luc Montagnier, that electromagnetic fields are needed for appearance of these very special properties of ultra-high dilutions, which may not contain a single molecule of original substance, biologically active substance, but which contains these miraculous nano-associates, which are negatively charged. Environmental electromagnetic fields are needed. No skeptics knew before this discovery about these very important conditions. Why? Because practically all experiments in physics, chemistry, biology are performed under the continuous action of the environmental magnetic and electromagnetic fields. So if we shield from them, then no homeopathy should work at all. So the conclusion from these studies of physical chemical properties of ultra-high dilutions or potencies and water, which is used for this preparation of these ultra-high dilutions and properties, is that they really differ in their physical chemical properties. Potencies prepared from mother tincture D in their physical chemical properties, not from a pure solvent, but also from a solvent which is also treated with succussion and so on. Though solvent which is treated with succussion is different from a solvent which was not mechanically treated. Homeopathic drugs are complex dynamic systems and are not just pure water. And the problem of clinical efficiency of homeopathic drugs should be discussed by medical doctors who are opponents or proponents of homeopathy, without reference that homeopathy contradicts physics and chemistry. Homeopathy doesn't contradict physics and chemistry, but it contradicts conventional physics and chemistry of the 19th century, on which modern physical chemical biology, cell biology, molecular biology is based upon now. For example, contemporary molecular and cell biology is based on mechanical key and locked concept about interactions of, for example, hormones and receptors, substrates and enzymes, viruses and their targets, and so on. And this concept, key and lock concept, was suggested in the 19th century. It is very simple to think that, for example, you have an enzyme and you have a substrate, and substrate is a key, enzyme is a lock, and in order for this enzyme to convert this key into something else, this key should get in the keyhole of the enzyme. Same with the receptors and hormones or neurotransmitters and so on. And that's why, since the contemporary molecular cell biology is based on this concept, of course, it cannot explain how ultra-high dilutions, where there is no such mechanical keys and who nobody can understand what are, in fact, locks like receptors, how can it be realized? So, basing on this original concept, the mechanism of ultra-high dilutions cannot be, effect of ultra-high dilutions cannot be explained. But what mechanism of actions of ultra-high dilutions obtained by potentization, having complex dynamic nature, may be proposed. In fact, when we take a solution, and this solution is treated mechanically, and then you have next dilution and so on, then you obtain nano-associates, which are electrically charged, where then in this system there appear fragments of water, which are free radicals, which become to interact with each other, and all this stuff, this makes the potency active, electromagnetically active. And when we have this electromagnetic activity of potencies, then we may suggest another kind of a key lock concept, a key and lock concept of the 21st century, which is based on resonance interactions. So we know how this, and we use this key and lock concept now in our everyday life. So this here is a key with which you can open your car, or even just activate your car on a big distance from your car. And here, you using this key, you can open the door without simply just attaching with this key to this lock. There is no so this also key and lock, but very different from the old key and lock concept. So it should work. And accurate and selective, it's much more selective and much more accurate action at a distance due to resonance interaction between key and lock may emerge if the partners participating in them are far from equilibrium and represent oscillation entities. So when we are dealing with water aqueous systems, which are electrically charged, which contain, which are complex dynamic system, then we should be based not on the concepts of the 19th century, but on the concepts of the end of the 20th and 21st century. For example, such concept was suggested by Italian physicists Preparati and Del Giudice, which predicted the existence of Konovalev's nano-associates in aqueous systems. So they, according to their representation of a water system, water is a heterogeneous system consistent of coherent domains, so-called, like nano-associates, floating in non-coherent water. These coherent domains are charged, and according to this theory, they carry quasi-free electrons that can be easily donated to appropriate electron receptors, and they can produce free radicals, which then begin to recombine with each other, and water converts into the very active and electromagnetically active system. So aqueous systems present in the excited state represent dissipative complex dynamic systems. Reactive oxygen species emergence and disappearance continuously in them make them highly dynamic, and they provide oscillatory nature of such systems, which turn into the source of oscillatory electromagnetic fields. This, by the way, these oscillatory electromagnetic fields, they may be sustained when they are kept in electromagnetic oscillatory environment, which is always around us. If we shield them from electromagnetic environment, external environmental electromagnetic fields, then their own activity will gradually decay and they will lose their activity. So it again also begin to explain the results of Konovalov group. So these dispersed aqueous systems, in particular ultra-high dilutions, may serve as emitters and receivers of oscillatory signals in an extremely wide frequency range. So this may be a necessary and sufficient condition for homeopathic potencies to exert their action on target non-equilibrium systems, notably on living systems. And my final comment, final conclusion of what I was trying to tell you in this presentation. The major problem, I began to study non-conventional properties of water, and better to say aqueous systems, because as I wanted to tell you, there is no water as it is in principle. In principle, any water, even freshly prepared ultra-pure water, is already a dynamic developing system, because it begins to absorb different other substances from the environment. It begins to be treated with the electromagnetic and magnetic fields and so on. But unfortunately, until now, conventional physics, chemistry, biology, and medicine, they continue to look upon water as on some static system, which may contain of water structures, so-called, which may be called clatrates, or other water structures, or different domains, but they are considered to be static, like small crystals. For example, there is a concept of water quanta, which contain of tens and hundreds of water molecules, which fix to each other with hydrogen bonds, and they just behave as small nanocrystals in water. And of course, this water which contains crystals should not have any real activity, because it should not have memory, it should not change in relation to change of environmental conditions. But if we look upon water as a dissipative, complex, dynamic system, then many miraculous and non-conventional for us properties of water, which are not explained by conventional physics and chemistry, may be explained. And I believe very much that the progress in water science of the last 10, 20 years now is leading to change of our worldview, I would say, on water. Because in fact, it also turns out that water is the most essential compound in the whole universe. And it is especially highly concentrated and much more, becomes mostly complex and dissipative in living system, and especially in one of the most important living system, which is human brain. Water in human brain is the most complex system in the world, and most dynamic, of course. So I'm optimistic in a sense that soon, probably in few years, a couple of decades, but the view on water and understanding of water, and understanding that water is the major source of all changes in nature, the major source of energy for us, source of health to us, will become a common knowledge. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to say during this hour presentation, 1 hour presentation. I suppose that it's exactly 1 hour.
Perfect timing, Vladimir. Very, very, very good timing. Thank you very much. And very interesting presentation. And I have only one question based on that, just a quick one. Okay, based on the slides that we have seen and the concepts that you have shared, okay, it makes sense that, yeah, the homeopathic solutions are containing those nano-associates, the clusters, etc. But when you go to homeopathy pharmacy, you buy pills or those, you know, orbs that are not liquid anymore. So what happens with these beautiful properties of these ultra high diluted solutions when they're transferred from aqueous state to a solid state?
Okay, thank you very much. This is a very good question. And again, a very common argument of the opponents of homeopathy. But they usually forget one very important thing, that these balls are made of lactose, and lactose is carbohydrate, which practically is never dry. You see, carbohydrates are most hydroscopic, hydrophilic, well, the second also very hydrophilic stuff is nucleic acids and also carbohydrates. So they are always wet. You can never dry it, but you can make it more or less wet. When you make it wet, now it's humid, I would say. Now it becomes clear that the layer of water which absorbs these carbohydrates is rather thick, and this water is highly organized. And that's already my hypothesis based on what Gerald Pollack has done and other people has done also, that when you take the potency or ultra high dilution prepared with this succussion, you have there this nano-associate and so on, and you add them, sprinkle them on these lactose balls, and they stick to these lactose balls, and they are stabilized in a absorbed state much more, even much better than simply in a liquid state. And I would like to tell also to remind you the beginning of my lecture when I was talking about the usage of homeopathic medicine in technique. In the paper when they were preparing this electroactive polymer, they used a homeopathic drug, adding it to original polymer. But in the previous paper, they made even they took the dry powder of a crystal. They begin to tritiate it, to grind it together with lactose. They took lactose, they begin to grind these crystals of this powder of titanium and so on with lactose together, and they made the dilution in lactose. It's not dilution, but mixture, 10 to the power 10,000 times. There was 10,000 parts of lactose and only 1 part of original powder. This non-inorganic powder, and then already they extracted this lactose and so on, and they obtained the technical improvement of their stuff. So the question that why these balls are working is, the answer is because they are wet, because they fix on them the original properties of this water.
Yeah, so Vladimir, my humble proposition is to add 2 slides to your presentation that will explain this process too, because you explained the first part, but everyone is interested in this second part that you briefly explained now. So if it will be there too, then it will give the complete view of the, you know, like this field.
Thank you, Dmitry, for this suggestion, but then you should give me not 1 hour, but 5.
It's okay. It's okay. It's doable. Okay.
My suggestion, if there are now, I'm not sure, well, that I'll be able to present, I'll be present at the end of the session when there will be questions to all the presenters. If there are any other questions, probably I can answer them now. What do you think, as organizer?
Well, we can give you 5 minutes. It's okay if we will slightly shift our schedule.
If listeners have anything to comment or to ask questions, then I'm ready to participate.
Well, until now, well, I don't see any questions and in the chat. So, well, and in my opinion, well, Gururaj is saying that he has one. Okay,
I have
one question from India. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay. Gururaj, you can turn your microphone on.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, it was a very good presentation on homeopathy and especially the details on the water. I want to understand only one thing. Most of the patients who take these pills, which Dmitry sir was referring to, they take it along with the milk or along with any other fluids. Will that interfere with the effect of that particular tablet or capsule, whatever you call that? Will there be any interference of that particular liquid on the medication powers of the tablet or lactose, whatever you just told?
Okay, thank you very much for this question. But first, I would like to remind that I'm not a medical doctor and I don't have experience of a medical doctor. I can give only some hypothetical suggestions. First, homeopathic remedy or medicine is medicine only for the particular person in a particular state of health, as what I know. For example, for one, that is already the art of homeopathy and the art of homeopathic medical doctor. He should inquire, make a long interview with the patient before he suggests him this or that particular medicine. As I understood, probably I didn't understand completely your question. You asked if this homeopathic medicine may be interfered when the person takes some other drugs which are
some water. No. When you take Vladimir, he means that when you take the pill and you drink water with it.
No. If you see, you are yourself water, and well, it depends what I can only say that it depends what water
no
you
vodka.
drink. Yeah, no, just water, just drinking water. But drinking water may be mineral water with high mineralization, or drinking water may be distilled water, or drinking water may be water which contains something alien to you, and so on. So, but it's from my point of view, when you are drinking just plain water, which you usually drink and which doesn't interfere with your state of health under normal conditions, that shouldn't interfere with the action of the homeopathic drug. Even better, I would say, because many problems which we have are the result of dehydration. And so we usually forget to drink enough quantity of water. That is the problem of dehydration. I am afraid, but it's better to ask a medical doctor who is a professional in this field, that if the person is dehydrated, then the effect of even a good homeopathic medicine would be worse than when he is normally hydrated. But that's I also suggested maybe like this, but medical doctor should give a more definite answer.
Okay, Vladimir, thank you very much. It's time to move on. We have next presentation and presenter ready. Elizabeth is already smiling and ready to go.
Yes, I'm ready to go. Thank you, Vladimir, for this wonderful high-level speech. I personally have many good examples in my family with the treatment of homeopathy. Many very good examples.
Thank
so
you.
Thank you for your explanations.
The stage is yours. You can start over right here, right now, Elizabeth. It's your turn.
Thank you. Yes. So this is now my stage. And I want to tell something about myself, a few words. I'm the owner of GDV International Dornbirner. We have an office in Austria and one in Switzerland. I was medical assistant in a pediatric praxis and then pediatric nurse in Zurich in the Children's Hospital. I am now energy analyst for 22 years. And I am the author of the book Der energetische Fingerabdruck, the energetic fingerprint, and co-translator of Konstantin's book, The Energy of Health, die Energie der Gesundheit. I'm also member of the working group of energetic medicine. This is my first statement. To make a study or to do research, you have to be as smart as a fox. And you will see why I think so. We were given the task by the company Centropics Global AG to test and compare 10 activated or Verum converter cards with different TEMs in comparison with 10 neutral or placebo converter cards. The company Centropics Global has his headquarters in Liechtenstein. This is nearby the Swiss borders. They have the office there in this wonderful building, and you see in the background the Swiss mountains. These are the founders and owners of Centropics. And I had to work with Nick Klein, the CEO of Centropics. He wanted to have a double-blind study. So we had to think about the design of the study. Also, we thought to have a total of 20 converter cards. They were labeled with the respective energetic TEMs. They were numbered by a neutral independent person. So we did not know which cards were Verum and which were placebo. This was the basic of the study. This is a converter regulator, Cocoon is its name. You have to plug it in, it's an electrical device, and then you have to switch it on. Then is the question, why is such a e-smog regulator necessary? And my question is, did you know the major insurance companies already write in their policies that, quote, any direct or indirect damage caused by electrosmog represents incalculable risks and therefore have been added in the insurance exclusion criteria, that this is a special risk. Even the manufacturers of cell phones have begun to write in their user manuals, use the cell phone only on at least a distance of 1 meter from your body, or wear it on you. How this should be done, this is not described. So this is why I'm really interested in these electrosmog regulators. The cocoon converter has the possibility to enter cards with some special themes, like credit cards. This is the size of the cards. And you can enter more than one card. But to do a study, we decided to enter only one card after the other, so that we didn't mix different themes. These are the cocoon converter cards. You see there is not only E-smog converter card, but also concentration, sleep well, animal, Hawaii harmony, E-smog, food, sport and fitness. This is completely the contrary to sleep well. Then relax and regeneration, P frequency and I frequency. These 10 cards. The converter has to be put in the middle of the flat or of your apartment or in the middle of your house, and it has a range of 25 diameters. So it's really a big range, the influence of this device. We started testing with Bioval and Sputnik in the empty room. So the converters were not in the room, no cards in the room, only laptop, Bioval, and Sputnik. This was the former Sputnik. Then the setting in the software, we set the usual setting. So this was every second one test value. And we decided to measure for at least 20 minutes so that we have enough measurement points. The conditions are important. All tests were performed over several days in the same room and under identical conditions. The room temperature was stable at 22 degrees Celsius and the room humidity at 46. So I have always this kind of tool to be in the room so that we are always under control of these conditions. Then the cocoon testing was done without any card first. After these several testings in the empty room, we tested only the device without any card, so that we had some kind of neutral measurement of the device. And then we started with 4 series of every card. So this is a big work because every measurement needs 20 minutes and you have to repeat every card 4 times. If not, this is not scientific. So after days of testing, the results were rather disappointing. There were some differences, but not so much. I was beginning to think that we would not be able to do the job because either the cocoon device and the cards do not measurable things, or the Bioval with the Sputnik cannot measure the effect on the environment activated by the cocoon device. In our desperation, I turned to Dmitry Orlov and asked him for help. He allowed us to send him the measurement results. He checked everything and recommended to increase the measuring intervals to at least 3 seconds, or even better to 5 seconds. Okay, but why? For what reason? His explanation: each measurement in this small space of our Bioval device around our testing tool causes some disorder in the air. Every discharge causes this disorder. It usually takes some time for the air around this measuring cylinder to recover and to calm down. If we extend the measuring distance between every measurement, the air recovers and the measurements become more accurate. So we changed the setting. up to 5 seconds. And then we need much more time for all these measurements. You can imagine. To be sure we were on the right track, we sent further measurements results to Dimitri. He confirmed that we can clearly find a statistical difference between these two cards. So this was now the next step, to do all the repetition of all the measurements we already did. And then I talked also to Rasmus Gaup, Berghausen. Some of you, they will know him. He told me it's good to have an independent person to do the statistics, so that we are not influenced by our team or even by Dimitri. And we had in this case Dr. Monika Heinzel-Guttenbrunner. She is a very good person for this. And she did the whole statistics. She explained me everything, and she told me how to present the results. So this was now with the 10 verum and 10 placebo cards. We had really, when we look at the mean of the mean values, with the placebo and card, it was the standard deviation of 6.77. And with the verum real cards, we had a standard deviation of 4.82. And then when you look at the box plot, the blue boxes contains the central 50% of the distribution. The horizontal line in the box shows the median. So we had, you can imagine, we put all the measurements in one box, placebo, and all the measurements in the verum, and you have altogether a significant difference. Then, of course, we wanted to see if the p-value is less than 0.5, and really it was less than 0.5. So again, a statistically difference. Now, most interesting is of course, which card is doing what exactly. So the red boxes here are the placebo cards, and the green one are the verum. And you see some of the cards, they didn't show so much difference. And you see concentration, there's a big difference, P frequency a little bit less, food also not so big difference, E-smog only small difference. And then we wanted to see if the difference between the empty room and the difference between when we only activated the empty device, what exactly is going on then? So in principle, we saw that in every measurement, the placebo and the verum, they had a difference, but sometimes it's nearby the device measurement. Look at this, the red placebo is nearby the device measurement. And then I wondered why we have sometimes placebo and verum measurements so close together, both of them. They had statistically difference between the empty space and the device, but not so much between each other. Then, after thinking a lot about this fact, we find out, of course, the verum and the placebo cards, they have a 24-karat pure gold stripes, several stripes on it. So this also has an influence. But you have to think about this result. Why is it like this? And then I discussed with Nick Klein, and he also told us, oh, in this case, it was not really a placebo card. It is also a card with some effect. And I'm really proud we could show it with our measurement. And I thank you, Dimitri, to be so patient and help us with this with this whole study. So this is the cocoon. This is now food and eye frequency, animal card, sport and fitness. And the conclusion is we find the difference between the verum and the placebo cards in a statistically significant way. Small differences were shown between the verum and the placebo value for the topic of sleep well, Smog, Hawaii harmony, and relax and regeneration. This could indicate the different effects of the cards, which are supposed to have a relaxing effect. This is now really the conclusion, and I highly recommend to take part on the accessory training with Dimitri Orlov. The next one is in July, 8th of July. I did it. So if without this, I never could do a study like this. It's so many measurements, a big database. I personally, I do basic trainings. I have some special videos for the training, and I have intense seminars in German language. The next one is in July, I think also. And so it's good to have trainings, go to the trainings. We have it in several languages. And I thank you for your attention.
Well, I like the ostrich smile.
Thank you.
Well, Elizabeth, thank you very much for your presentation. I am really happy that you were able to finalize that work, and it was not simply done what the client wanted to, but you have even found something new that they didn't know about. So it's really important. And well, the main conclusion that we can make from this speech by Elizabeth is, when you are in a hurry, you cannot see small, tiny, subtle things. So if you really want to study something subtle, you shouldn't be in a hurry. You should be very slowly observing without any hustle, you know, like without doing this every second as fast as possible. No, take your time. And well, in Elizabeth's case, it worked very well. So
thank you for your help.
Good. I'm happy that it worked. Very good work. I'm looking for our next presenter and I cannot see him. Where is? There are too many Constantines here. So we need to reveal the real Constantine Pavlidis. Real Constantine, reveal yourself.
I'm here, Dimitri. I'm here. I've been listening.
Here you are. Okay, yeah. So I'm making you a co-host.
Okay, give me a moment.
Yes, you are on.
All right. Well, I need to access now the PowerPoint presentation. And
do you have a video? Can you turn on the video, or you will be?
Yeah, I will do that in a minute. I will do that very soon. Yeah. Because I'm not ready. No questions for anything, because I'm just putting something together now to finish off what I'm doing. What I need to present.
Well, you see the questions about Sputnik. There are more questions than answers in this field. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, in fact, I can say that this recommendation that I have given to Elizabeth, I have found myself long ago when there was no BioWell, before, when just the Sputnik was made, the first one that I've made, and Professor Korotkov was insisting on making it faster and faster so that people can do the measurements very fast because everyone is in a hurry. But I've been doing experiments in different modes in the same room, and I've been doing an experiment with the image every second, then every 3 seconds, every 5 seconds, every 10 seconds, and every 20 seconds. And it turned out that results are absolutely different. Absolutely different. Of course, after some time, when you increase the distance between the captures, the differences disappear. So it stays the same, the result. But from 1 second to almost 10 or even more seconds, there is a big difference in the results, in variability and sensitivity of the system. And it was Vadim Seedev from Germany who has presented many years ago about his findings just on the chemistry of gas, of air, that some gases in the air, their relaxation period after the excitation with the high voltage and high frequency that we make, the relaxation period is not 1 second. It's not even 5 seconds. Some of the gases that are present in the air relax back to the neutral position, to their ground position. In quantum physics, it's called ground position, ground level, in 20 or 25 seconds. So it means that if you want to have a absolutely fresh new discharge every time you're doing it, you need to wait, because the area around the metal cylinder is in, like Elizabeth said, in stress. Yeah, it's already excited. So you need to wait. And if you really want to study some really subtle things, you need to have, you know, as few discharges as possible. And you can find on our website, eumap.club website, some papers about such events when people were able to detect with the Sputnik the influence of the event before the event starts. But they were doing this one image per 30 seconds or every like 60 seconds. It depends how big is the event or what the timing is made. But that's true. In order to sense really small things, you have to be slow. It's like the principle of uncertainty, right? That tells us if you can do either only two things. Either you know the position exactly, but you don't know the speed, or you know the speed, but then you don't know the position. So in this way, it's also true. Okay, Konstantin, are you ready now?
Yeah, I am. And
okay.
I'm just in the process. Do I do share screen?
Will you switch on the video camera or not?
Yeah, sure. Just give me a second.
So I will switch everyone to you.
Where am I? Where's my video camera?
I've
got the sound on.
Okay. So
you know why? There's something. Hang on, I'm going to do something right now. Just give me a moment.
It seems you are logged in from two devices.
Bravo. Because I was mobile. The other one was sat, and then I could move around where I am. I'm currently in Lisbon trying to take care of other tasks whilst listening to all the very important stuff that is being dealt with. So just give me a second. I'll switch this one off so there won't be any
interferences.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So.
Okay.
I just need some volume up on my side.
Yes, you are on and everybody's watching you. So
great. So I'm going to present Auris Integrative Medicine, a new medical paradigm, and the way in which we have integrated different devices, including the BioWell, for a different application. So I'll just begin with this initially. Screen sharing. You can see.
It's already, you can start the slideshow.
Yeah, I'm just looking for why the button is not going into slideshow mode.
Yeah, just click on the menu, the slideshow on the top menu in the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Or just click F5 if it's Windows computer, then click F5.
I've just pressed slideshow, so we're good.
No, it's not full screen yet.
Not full screen?
No.
How am I going to do the full screen? Where are we?
Yeah, click in the PowerPoint, click slideshow. It's now home, then insert, design, transitions, animations, and then slideshow.
Yeah,
on the orange bar, yeah, to the right.
Yeah, I'm on insert, design. The problem is
to the right, slideshow. 2 buttons right. Move a little bit to the right.
I'm going to the right. New share, annotate, remote control. I've got the zoom bar at the top, and then that's
you need to hide. Yeah, that's why. So you need to hide the zoom.
I got it. It's fine. I've got slideshow, which is fine, and I need to put the, where am I? You said full screen. Why is it not on full screen? Give me a second.
Just click F5. It should start.
Yeah, we'll try F5. I think it'll be. Second. Because I've got a new laptop as well, so I'm not familiar with some of this stuff. On this, not letting me do it. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to minimize this. Can everyone see now?
Yes, Newtonian mechanics approach.
Yeah, excellent.
Here you go.
So conventional allopathic medicine is based on Newtonian physics and a biology that is founded on scientific materialism. This is what we've been talking about regarding what Professor Vallejo was talking about, the fact that we're still in a 19th century perception of how everything functions. So the physical idea that matter is the ground of all being. So we have explored, myself, I've been working with also Amit Goswami for some years, but at the Odyssey from 2008, the incompleteness of this approach and the anomalies and paradoxes that go unaddressed. So what is the next? I'm pressing my down up key and it's not taking me where I need to. Sorry, people. I've got full screen, but not moving up and down. Hello? Yeah, something has happened where I cannot hear.
Mouse click on the screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Just click on it and it should move.
It's
good.
Yeah,
it switched.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Very good. So science that is within the primacy of consciousness means when we start perceiving things from consciousness, the metaphysics that consciousness and not matter is the ground of all being is what we do when we're approaching things from a quantum physics perspective and applying it to biological systems. So we show that once medicine is formulated within that primacy, it will become clear how to make the practice a truly holistic one. So the quantum biophysics is an integrative medicine, not only needs the help of quantum physics, but also an integrative biology as its basis toward a purposeful direction of our evolution. We introduce a new quantum biology based on the primacy of consciousness and quantum physics, and also subjectivity and heterogeneity into biology. We also look at how the new biology defines our relationship with our ecosystem and with the biorhythms of the earth. We cannot separate ourselves. In fact, I'm currently still in Lisbon because I've been here for 5 days for a conference,
on the way in which we have damaged the ocean and the environment, mainly through plastics. And 99% of the people did not even consider that this was the result of an oversight on our part as humans, our mindset, where we were basically ignorant and at the same time not taking responsibility. So the mindset has to include the impact we have on the environment, not just physically, but through consciousness, energetically. So let's look at the different types of medicine. Complementary medicine looks at a wide range of practices that now complement allopathic practice or can be used on their own to reduce the intensity of the symptoms. An alternative medical system looks at alternative means of treatment to allopathy. So it's usually experience-based and offers tailor-made solutions for the client. Many different areas make up the practice of complementary and alternative medicine. The traditional medicine is generally seen as the ancient medical practices that are documented and passed from generation on to generation, mostly using herbal and natural ways of healing, such as Ayurveda, Chinese, traditional Chinese, Tibetan, Mongolian, and other systems from Japan, which is Kampo, and Jamu from Indonesia. Energy medicine, on the other hand, when I talk about it, most people get the impression of something like Reiki, which I call bioenergy medicine. It's about non-substance-based medicine with a strong usage of devices and instruments instead of supplements or drugs. This is based on the idea that the body can reproduce all the necessary substances internally if it activates the natural healing abilities correctly. I will show you the ones that I use at the clinic soon. Allopathy, as we know, is science-based modern medicine, such as the use of chemically based medications or surgery to treat or suppress symptoms of disease. It's best applied for severe and acute emergency cases, accident and emergency. You know, when we have quite a few broken bones after a car accident, etc. However, it is highly ineffective for psychosomatic disorders and chronic conditions. So my approach to integrated medicine incorporates everything we've just mentioned based on the life state of a person. It's often misunderstood or mistaken for holistic medicine and is based on the view for a multi-level approach to a person's health, meaning the way in which, the way I'm referring to this, the impact of our thoughts, feelings, and our senses on the physical body and the body electric, and how all of those are interconnected through consciousness. So the integrative medical principles that we are referring to starts with the doctor-patient relationship. I say we have three gods in life: our parents, our teachers, and the doctor. We grow out of our parents, eventually we leave home. We obviously don't stay at school forever, so we also leave being students in that sense, the formal sense. But the doctors are always present in life. And the main aspect that they represent is authority. And the biggest problem I have observed, having had a clinic and been working in this field for over 4 decades, is that the client has always got this subconscious attitude where the doctor itself is the authority and the responsible person. So we bring all our problems, put them on a tray, and hand them to the doctor and say, fix it for me, please. This is why we look very much at patient responsibility so that we can begin to develop a much more holistic understanding of ourselves in the process of receiving help. Most people are not very good at enabling themselves or allowing themselves to be helped because of this issue of the, I will call it the professional responsibility factor between the client or patient and the healthcare professional. So therefore, a preventative medicine is based on the education of the client, and then this will impact the future outlook of integrative medicine. It is not holistic medicine where we have many different therapists in one center, like the original European polyclinic model. And we have a director whose job it is to take the details of the patient and try to farm out to the different, for the patient, the different therapists according to what their needs are at that point in time. So we also have an integrative computerized information platform. I call it an ICIP. This principle is not limited to particular diagnostic or therapeutic devices or techniques. It represents an interface between specific soft and hardware mechanisms of information exchange. The most important aspect is to maintain a balance between the principles of the four domains. Allopathic medicine is based on mechanistic science, and it works in union with CAM, complementary alternative medicine, which is supported, CAM itself is supported by wisdom traditions and is suitable for diverse ethnic groups and nationalities. There is a big issue, and they make a big issue of it in the United Kingdom, where the medicines that are used for people of Afro-Caribbean, African descent, and even Indian descent are not suitable because they are made based mostly on research done in terms of the trials, clinical trials on Europeans. So when we have an ICIP like this, we can take into consideration these factors. Likewise, the psychology which exists today was developed by Freud and Jung, and Freud was assisted by Rosen and Kant, and they are all Europeans. So to use a system that was born in Europe for all people around the planet, my perception of that was inadequate. And that's why I'm going to move into how I'm approaching how this particular system will shift and evolve into mind health. Anyway, in general, this approach is the realization of a quantum worldview where a person and or the environment are seen from a holistic perspective on multiple levels of their existence. The impact that they have on their own lives and other people's lives, not just the environment, and also the collective, which means their community and their nation from a karmic perspective. So progressing forward using the ICIP, we at stage 1, when a person comes to us, we have 3 levels, which I will explain in a minute, but the immediate level of assessment procedure is the biowell, and then we use the brain tap for the person in terms of intervention to experience some level of shift in their conscious awareness of what is happening in their subconscious, I'll just call it domains. So here you can see how the wisdom traditions support the CAM and science underpins and supports allopathy. And there is the beginning, middle, and then an after, meaning stage 1, 2, and 3 for the overall approach. So energy medicine acting as a bridge in the K-Tamar application, which is the complementary alternative traditional energy medicine allopathy application. The types of energy that I use is light in the form of infrared and laser, sound in the form of ultrasound, electricity in the form of pens and scanner, magnetism in the form of bar magnets that have been, they're large ones, so they have large waves, up to about 50 hertz in stimulation, bioresonance devices, of which there are many and I will show them, and a Tesla plasma device, which is in the picture there. I discovered that about 2 years ago. It was made in 1920 and it was refurbished. It generates 30 to 50,000 volts with hardly any amperage, less than half an ampere. And it was used back in those days from 1890 until the 1930s for over 300 medically. I have a book that's written in German, and there were medically stipulated disorders at the time. So we also use low-level light therapy wearables, which is photomedicine, and this market is said to, it is anticipated to reach nearly $500 million revenue in US dollars by 2026. That's a cap that stimulates the overall cranium, but you can use these devices in different parts of the body, as you can see, the thigh and the ankle, around the shoulders, the waist. Then we've just got the some science behind the way light, low-level light assists in angiogenesis and neovascularization, collagen production, muscle regeneration and muscular atrophy. It decreases the inflammation and edema, increases nerve regeneration, cartilage production, and bone formation. So it's quite helpful. These are clinical effects. Then we're looking again at another application, and this is also looking at how we can use this to inspire other people who, in particular, since the COVID situation, the pandemic, have basically lost a lot of their clients in terms of the way in which they have been working. And we're trying to introduce a new way of assisting the overall therapeutic approach using low-level light therapy. This one here uses LEDs, the skin contact with the detection sensor, temperature control sensor, etc. Then the brain tap. This is a normal person. It's an illustration before and after brain wave synchronization. After 15 minutes, you can see a lot more synchronization. And by 25 minutes, it looks relatively quite balanced between the left and right cortexes of the brain. We're looking at brainwave entrainment. This is known as the sleep mask. This is a development opportunity as well. Global sleep tech devices in the US has become the largest market within the country in 2020. And in India, it's the fastest growing market, and the estimation market size between 2020 and 2030 is to generate, I believe we're talking 12.8 billion and 49 billion. So it's a rapidly growing market of interest. Now, in London, our approach regarding the integrative medicine, we start with the assessment. We use the BioWell, time waiver, and live blood analysis. We then move into consultation, where we send the patient to an integrated medical doctor. We then look at the evolution process of choosing the direction of treatment, nutrition, and changes in lifestyle. We then, at the application, looks at starting a program of treatment for the progress and monitoring it, which is very specific after we've done the assessment to that particular patient. And then we take them on a journey of transformation, creation of the individual program for educating the person to transform their consciousness. What that means is getting them to be a lot more aware of what's going on inside on multiple levels and having them take charge. I call it waking up a person out of the boot of the car, having them sit in the back seat and seeing that all their life that someone else has been navigating and something else has been driving their vehicle. So we show them the navigation process and pathways and teach them how to take charge of their lives. It's actually a 9-step process. The first is the self-assessed self-perception through a questionnaire that we send online. The second is therapist-guided self-perception. So first they have an idea of how they look to themselves, and then we look at that through the intervention and give them further input. Then there's the medical examination and consultation. We do the live and dry blood analysis and functional testing. In the medical examination, there is the simple medical level, and there is a more complex one where we take bloods, we send off the samples and urine samples to a laboratory for further feedback. Step 5 is a unique non-invasive quantum technology assessment. 6, the environmental analysis through quantum feng shui, where we go to their home and we do an analysis with the eco tester and on their body, as well as myself doing the analysis for disturbing presences. We also do a test based on local authority results for masts and cables and underwater streams, etc., etc. And then all that information is brought together, team collaboration and data collation, and then the program director consults the person, and finally we execute the program and with follow-up. So, what are the methods and devices? There's a consultation with the integrated medical practitioner. We use the BioWell for the psycho-emotional state. We use live blood analysis. We use the time waiver med, which is the basic scan, time waiver heart rate variability analysis, which is a medical grade device, a time waiver pulse analysis, also medical grade device, determining the real age of their cardiovascular system, the time waiver organ coherence, organs cooperation, time waiver med, the full scan of all systems, and finally the capnometer, which is an assessment of the CO2, which is exhaled, and it's an indirect assessment of the activity of their kidneys as well. The gas discharge, we know this device allows us to look at the effects of the psychomental on the physical body and what stressors are causing the biggest problems. It maps out the functioning of the sympathetic parasympathetic parts of the autonomic nervous system in order to see how well these systems work together. The incoherence between the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous systems is what we refer to as stress. And depending on which organ or body system we find the highest stress, we can trace true cause to effect for both the psycho-emotional as well as the physical conditions leading to illness and disease. Time waiver suite of devices, the main levels of the analysis: spiritual, socio-systemic, psychological, informational, energetic, vibrational, physiological, detoxification, microbacterial, and symptomatic. This is what we mean by many levels of analysis. Then the organ coherence scan analysis examines the quality of this energy in the information field, indicating the connection of the respective organ to the patient's intact information field. The organ coherence module evaluates the coherence of all organ fields and performs a cause-oriented analysis in the information field. The organ coherence database contains information of all essential organs and systems of the body that are divided into 52 categories with more than 2,000 organ details. Then we look at the time waiver full body scan. It's similar to the organ coherence, but we can also see at the whole body level all the components and much more in-depth detail about the parts that make up the body. Muscles, nerves, arteries, bones, organs, and cells will be scanned in detail. Then the time waiver heart rate variability allows for stress analysis to be performed on 4 levels consisting of 13 parameters. They are grouped according to vegetative nervous system or relation of sympathetic, parasympathetic nervous system and general overall energy. The regulatory ability of the systems with acute and chronic stress parameters. The combined view of heart rate variability plus extra systoles or contractions showing the stress state of a person. Then the stress state of a person with 6 parameters on their correlation to the psycho-neurological, endocrine, immune system, the mind, nerves, hormone, and the immune system. The time waiver pulse system is a specialist system for the determination of hemodynamics and the flexibility of the arteries. It measures different parameters like peripheral blood pressure, central aortic blood pressure, heart minute volume, and peripheral resistance in the vessels, augmentation index, augmentation pressure, pulse wave speed, and its reflective coefficient. It's a very deep and accurate measurement of the overall vascular system. Live blood analysis is the qualitative analysis of living blood under an exceptionally powerful microscope and then captured on a camera. During the analysis, the patient has the opportunity to see the immune system activity amongst many other phenomena that would be missed by conventional techniques, such as the relative level of acidity in the blood fluids and the effect of these acids on the organism as a whole, relative immune activity, status of red blood cells, which changes in their form and function. That's to do with stickiness and deformations within the blood cells, etc. Presence of parasites, bacteria, fungi, and yeast, which are very visible. The balance in the blood glucose, malabsorption of fats, proteins, and other nutrients, the presence of pathogenic spores and mycotoxins in the cholesterol, and the presence of the consequences of the digestive tract dysfunction. Then we look at the main difference from the allopathic approach. With this approach, its easiness is based on most of the techniques are non-invasive. All the techniques have high sensitivity and accuracy, which were already shown in hundreds of cases in our clinic. The entire diagnosis takes around 3 hours together with the conclusions, which saves time of a clinic, client in the clinic. The only other place in London that is similar takes up to a week to give what we can call statistically significant results, and it costs about 5 times more. The entire diagnosis takes around 3 hours, as I've mentioned. All the shown techniques work together in coordination, which allows one to find a cause to the current life state of a client in a very short time. Now, in Russia, we have a different complex where we've used the FORCE platform, the EEG and the SACAR. I'll explain what they're about. The spiroarteriocardiorythmography, which is the SACAR, is a complex, non-invasive express diagnostic system developed by Russian scientist, Professor Leonid Noskin. It allows to measure simultaneously the lungs' living volume, the exhale, inhale speed, dynamic blood pressure, dynamic heart rate variability, means not in vegetative state, but moving whilst riding a bicycle or walking on a treadmill, and the organism adaptive reserve. This is the main purpose for this. Here is an example of a breathing technique that I have been teaching for about 40 years. And inhale, exhale, you can see from left to right. What happened was that the heart rate variability was augmented, the blood pressure decreased, and basically there was an overall quietening of the mind. This technique was also used in another experiment, which was done in Moscow State Pedagogic University as Department of Biology, and it was based on looking at the impact of meditative state on these parameters as well. The EEG, electroencephalography of the brain, is a modern non-invasive study of the brain's functional state by registering its bioelectric activity. It's comfortable for the meditator because this is the main way in which we've used it in Russia, and it doesn't disturb the process. We use a 32-channel simultaneously with a 5 millisecond resolution. It requires quietness in movement to avoid artifacts, standard position for all practices, and the results require detailed analysis and repetitiveness in statistics. We're looking at the fourth platform known as stabilography or posturography. Is a method of analyzing a person's ability to control body posture and providing biofeedback on the support reaction. It detects body shift in the XYZ axis, lower brain structures activity, natural tremor, center of gravity, and mass center stability. We're able to make conclusions about how much a person is present in the body when they meditate. As Konstantin said yesterday, Korakov, there are many styles of meditation, and I've studied many of them and have defined 4 conditions: outer awareness and outer focus, outer awareness and inner focus, inner awareness, inner focus, inner awareness and outer focus. And there are 4 main different styles, such as the Zen meditation, the Bhakti type of meditations on the heart for what we call devotion. There is the transcendental meditation style, which goes out into the universe, outer awareness and outer focus. And then finally, the Vipassana style, where it's inner awareness, inner focus. So this system is in sync with our other devices. And the normal position is to stand on the platform, but for the first time in history of this technology, we're analyzing the lotus and the half lotus position. What does it look like? Well, there's a standing position, and there's a sample of the graph there on the bottom right hand side. The complex is also, it enables a complex estimation of the psychomotor functions. It allows us to analyze the state of an individual's psychomotor systems in 5 to 7 minutes. The test allows us to check the criteria of a psychomotor activity, such as speed of the transference of information between the visual, the audio systems, and the memory into muscles, compare the neurological connection between left and right side of the body, estimate the precision and flow of a movement. And this methodology helps us to find out the quality of psychomotor functions on many levels of an organism. The data enables us to estimate a predisposition to the pathologies of a movement and the tiredness, and also make an objective choice for rehabilitative and corrective programs. What type of programs are going to be most suitable for the person that we have tested? So, we also have used in the past the laser correction, this is correlation, sorry, spectroscopy, sorry. This is a sensitive device method for estimating characteristics of dispersion of light according to the spectrum of intensity. The results of the biological solution test reveals information about the size of the particles. They have subfractional composition. Minimal concentration sensitivity for the protein is less than 100 microkilograms per milliliter. The approach fields are immune reactions registration, the autoimmune sensibilization and allergies, and the general pattern of various diseases which are catabolic, anabolic types of metabolism. So these are the different devices that we have used, and here are some examples of the distribution and evaluation of clusters of metabolism. So the K-Tamar, which I've just mentioned what the K-Tamar system is earlier, in application to mind health. So RSC Mind Health, currently there are 970 million people worldwide. Actually, this is a little old now, it's 2018. So it's increased by by these figures. They have mental health or substance abuse disorder. Anxiety is the most common mental illness in the world. The mortality rate of those with mental disorders is significantly higher than the general population, with a median life expectancy of 10.1 years less. And it is estimated that mental disorders are attributable to 14.3% of deaths worldwide. So, mental health problem, the worldwide and EU situation. Mental health disorders were 36.5. I believe they've gone up to 50% now, because that was a statistic that takes us back to 2017. And the disorders are ranked as the 6th largest contributor to non-fatal health loss globally, and appear in the top 10 causes of years lived with disability in the World Health Organization regions. So we're just looking at some statistics on mental health. Mental health in the UK, the last 2 years, is costing, the social cost of mental health is around 120 billion pounds. The Royal College of Psychiatrists has estimated for the, this is the budget, for 23 to 24, an additional budget. This would enable to deliver the level of care committed to the long-term plan while taking account of extra demand placed on the services because of COVID. So if you look at the statistics, and also the final one, mental health services revenue investment to support COVID recovery and additional resource to ensure long-term plan delivery. The cost to the system far exceeds the investment, the current investment in the UK. But if we look at the situation in Europe, this is the mental health situation in Europe. 82.7 million people in the EU affected by mental disorder, according to Science Business, and 600 billion euros are spent every year. This is the cost of the disorders, which is a staggering burden that many psychiatrists believe may increase further after the 2020-21 lockdowns of uncertainty. We know that this cost has now been offset by a huge investment, especially that trend started in the United States. The US-based mental health concerns, these are different statistics. This is Mental Health USA. 2019, around 11% of US adults reported experiencing symptoms of anxiety, depression. It has skyrocketed to 42% by December 2020. So there is a great necessity to begin to take more care and look into the impact of all of this on our general lives. So, corporate partnerships. What we are offering are potential business partners a unique opportunity to assess and support their staff. We can partner with various businesses and organizations that offer mind health services to their infrastructure. This will improve their overall performance, productivity, and employer-employee relationships. We can further expand this relationship to develop a community of like-minded groups enabling their businesses to grow. It enables a collaboration that supports individual and collective initiatives toward a more self-generating and sustainable infrastructure. And finally, corporate plans will start from £1,500 per employee. This is basically our offer to them. And then we look at the corporate markets, examples of target corporate markets. Education to reduce stress in the pre-examination stage and enhance the performance results of all students. Fitness to optimize the training procedure, achieving mental, emotional, physical fitness and life goals faster and safer. Quantum mind power training for personal trainers and professional life coaches. HR departments, reduction of absenteeism, burnout prevention, workflow balancing, the new mind health model beyond psychiatry and psychology, and also various therapeutic and medical health systems. And brainwave, currently now the brainwave entrainment, the global wearable brain devices market, the share, this is the end user by 2021, the global market size was nearly 250 million. And this is uses within hospitals, clinics, neurology centers, research and academics, ambulatory surgery centers, diagnostic centers, athletes and military personnel, etc. So we move on to saying now, looking at, we've improved technology and now technologies are able to help us improve. Powered by technology, our system helps to objectively assess a person's stress level and create a personalized audio-visual program according to their needs. Our vision is initially, mind health becomes a new international standard for health and self-development. Instead of a work out, we concentrate on a work in, so a new fitness model. It's meant to develop attention span, concentration, clarity, leading to more success and longevity, and efficiency and effectiveness in health, wealth, direction, relationships, and love among people, in their families and among communities. The RSC Mind Health, our solution model, basically is a combination of two technologies, the BioWell assessment of the effects of emotions and thoughts on the hormonal activity, i.e. stress, and the brain tap, personalized set of binaural beats, guided visualization, 10-cycle holographic music, isochronic tones to provide relaxation, energy recharge, better mood, and higher productivity. Now, how does it work? The RSC Mind Health solution addresses psychophysical metrics, which looks at the effect of our thoughts and feelings have on our physical body. It focuses on the brain-body connection, allowing us to improve inner awareness, communication, and performance in daily life. We address the impact that the mental and emotional state of a person has on their physical body and overall health through the hypothalamus, pituitary, adrenal axis of the hormonal nervous system connection. Whoops, something happened here. Didn't want. That's it. Sorry about that. The BioWell is a device that allows us to look at the effects of the psycho-emotional condition in the physical body and what stressors are causing the biggest problems. It maps out the functioning of the sympathetic, parasympathetic parts of the autonomic nervous system in order to see how well these systems work together. The incoherence between the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous systems is what we refer to as stress. Depending on which organ or body system we find the highest stress in, we can trace true cause to effect for both the psycho-emotional as well as the psycho-physical conditions leading to illness and disease. Psychometrics is a field of study concerned with theory and technique of psychological measurement. Some psychometric researchers focus on the construction and validation of assessment instruments such as questionnaires, tests, psychological symptom scales, and personality. The field is concerned with the objective measurement of skills and knowledge abilities, attitudes, personality traits, clinical constructs, and mental disorders, as well as education achievement. We are using psychometrics on a completely new scale, combining powerful technologies and 40 years of experience to provide an accurate stress levels result and a custom-made sensory remedy. How we differentiate. Conventional physical or medical checkups cannot detect a person's mental or emotional state. The combination of data and information from our different technologies enables us to gather and compile a rapid, accurate snapshot of a person's condition. And finally, in-depth insight. It offers in-depth insight into a person's current health and life state, indicating what needs to be addressed immediately instead of waiting weeks or months before the symptom appears on physical levels as an illness. The BrainTap is a proprietary neuro algorithm that is a proven way to relax, reboot, and revitalize. The neuro algorithm produces brainwave entrainment, the synchronization of brainwaves to a specialized sound with no user effort. And this offers a full spectrum brainwave activity using the matrix of neuroactivity. Each of BrainTap sessions is encoded differently to ensure maximum neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections, resulting in a flexible and resilient brain. The principles are binaural beats, guided visualization, 10-cycle, holographic music, and isochronic tones. The power of the BrainTap headset is that it delivers gentle light pulses that travel through the retina and the ear meridians, sending direct signals to the brain and guiding you into unparalleled brain states. Pulsing light in the correct pattern and intensity can produce levels of deep relaxation known to affect serotonin and endorphin levels with an average increase of 21% in one study. These increases not only can calm and relax the mind, but also produce powerful effects in maintaining a positive outlook and optimistic thinking. These are results, different results. The BrainTap, this is a 2-week pilot study of university students. There were sessions effectively improved quality of sleep as assessed by Pittsburgh Quality of Sleep Index. There are a lot of other studies, which I will just very briefly go through. A single session with the headset significantly increased heart rate variability and parasympathetic activity, as well as decreased stress. Although the results did not achieve statistic significance when compared to the baseline, the ABE positively affected scores related to anxiety, general health, stress, quality of sleep, as well as work, productivity, activity impairment, and telemarketers. So I'll just go through a little bit quickly. Results indicate this is the sleepiness scale, that the ABE significantly increased quality of sleep of university students. A larger sample size study is necessary to confirm the extent and effects of the ABE on mood. Insomnia index was also looked at. Classification follows the absence of insomnia, lower limit for insomnia, and then we look at the moderate clinical insomnia, severe clinical insomnia, and the NS is the not statistically significant. Quality of sleep index there. Depression and anxiety has been tested. Perceived stress has been tested. And so we're coming toward the end where the current model requires physical presence of a client in front of devices. After the assessment, a specialized audio can be sent or downloaded to the client via the BrainTap app. The next stage product will allow a client to be autonomous and create personalized therapy for each session. After the current seed stage of the project, we are ready to combine the two technologies with a new set of neuro interface powered by AI. And finally, meditations. These are guided meditations. BrainTap creates a variety of personalized audio experiences, including guided meditations. Existing apps for meditation provide very little or zero assessment of the current user's state. Most of these procedures are based on self-reporting and aren't objective. We are collaborating with the BrainTap developers to create a unique set of meditations that will integrate with the highly accurate readings from the BioWell. And that is the end of the presentation. Yeah. Does anyone have any observations, comments, questions? Just something you'd like to say?
We can switch off the screen sharing, right?
Yeah. We can. Okay. Oh, good.
Okay.
Yeah, we can. Indeed.
Yes, thank you very much, Konstantin, for sharing this concept that you are developing for many years already. I know,
yeah,
really many years, and it's evolving and evolving, and new technologies are appearing and new devices are getting integrated into this concept. And well, my only wish is that it will be scaled up and worldwide, not only in your London clinic and during your seminars in some specific countries, but it can be scaled up worldwide, because the concept is very good and very informative, and I'm sure is very effective. Tiffany is asking a question. Do you have plans to franchise your method?
Yeah, we're doing that right now. As a result of COVID, where people were scared to come because the clinic is there, we have license, we were open all the way through, but even our own clients didn't realize, even though we send them emails and our newsletter had indicated that we're open. So what I've done is I've pivoted the business and pared it down to create products and two main services. One is the mind health, the other one is traumatology, because I've been dealing with injuries for 4 decades and doing mental health from 1990, where I worked in a psychiatric unit in Berlin with alternative methods, because all they could do was offer drugs and painting therapy and stuff like that. So yes, we are exactly in the process. In fact, why I came to Lisbon here for this Oceans conference is that the person who's organized, not the UN side of it, but the assisting side of it, used to do the marketing strategies and whatever for Homes Place and fitness centers. And he's very keen on looking at how we can take mind health into many different contexts, such as the ones that I mentioned earlier: education, HR departments, sports centers, etc., etc. Yeah. Any other questions?
Okay, yeah, well, waiting for, and if anyone else has some questions, that's
hence the business model that's there, because we're aware that a lot of people lost their work. We can retrain people who are in different fields into this field. We will give them initial training and then 80 hours of monitored, clinically monitored training, because myself and Ellie's background is psychology with a specialization as a master's degree in addictions and sexual disorders. And then she's a kinesiologist, and then I'm working with the doctor. He's, although he's a surgeon, he's now working with me on using, it's not PRP, platelet-rich plasma, because with that, they normally heat the plasma in order for the platelets to enrich and become more like a gel. We don't heat it according to the system of Renat Akhmedov, Professor Renat Akhmedov, originally a Tatar, but did his education in Moscow and functions out of Moscow and Germany with the plasma lifting technique. And that I am adding adjuvants to in order for the pain, because it's very good for pain relief and cosmetology. So this is an addition to our franchising model. Yeah, and at the mind health, well, with the help of Dimitri, we're going to look at more parameters in how we're going to use the BioWell, but the brain tap is also going to be expanded so that we can have monitoring of other parameters such as blood pressure, heart rate variability, and EEG. So we gather more data as the person is using the device. So that's all in the pipeline.
And the question also, what is your experience about interaction between brain tap and BioWell, where the what is the correlation between them, etc.?
Yeah, that's what we are working on. We use them together all the time. Basically, we use the BioWell as an introductory insight for the client to see exactly what is going on in their current life state, sympathetic, parasympathetic nervous system condition. Then we use the brain tap, and then we do another reading. And in every single case, there is an improvement in the management of the stress, and the also, well, we show them the chakra alignment and the energy field, etc. So, but we use them together all the time. It's in a before and after sequence. That means BioWell, brain tap, BioWell, and we've recorded all of that. So someone asked something else, I can't remember. The low level light therapy is very successful That's being developed by my partner. He's based in Florida. He's a Brazilian. He's a professor of integrative medicine from a university there, and he's also, this is his line, and I have been using it because I've developed my own light therapy system from 2010, and the two of us are working on, well, we've explained earlier in one of those slides, all of the positive results of low-level light therapy. Is there anything else? Anyone? Oh, absolutely. We will be doing, thanks, Tiffany. Yeah, there's a control group and then obviously a placebo group, because we all the tests that Francisco conducts have randomized double-blinded placebo as a foundation. So that's how they are done. And we're looking for funding at the moment for that type of testing. Concussions, yeah. What's the question exactly, Tiffany?
Have you had any success with concussions with red light therapy?
Low. I haven't used it for that myself, so I don't know how much of that has been low-level light therapy has been used for concussions. I can find out and inform yourselves. Yeah.
Okay, so I am searching for our next presenter because I cannot see him in the list. What is Hesham Sami? So he was intended to be the last one speaker at our Congress, and I cannot see him in the list, and I don't know if maybe he is named in some other under some other name, but still cannot reach him, and I cannot see him. So until he reveals himself, because I cannot see him yet, we can have some questions and answers to the presenters, because Vladimir Vayekov is still here, Elizabeth is here, Konstantin is here, Tiffany is here from yesterday's lecture. So anybody else? Well, these are, well, I'm here too. I have been presenting, I remember. So I will switch on the opportunity for people to switch on the microphones themselves if they want to ask some question to anyone, to any of the presenters that are now online. Anybody welcome, and I will check. Yeah, so we have made the
Konstantin. Hello.
Yeah.
Glad to see you.
How are you?
Thank you. Very interesting.
Thank you. Yeah, as Dimitri said, it's constantly evolving because actually, to be honest, 1990, I went to the office of the Dalai Lama in Pathankot in India because I had clients in London who were Indian, and they had connections there, and I was able to go and speak with him because I was looking for what I considered at the time a world medical system. And it took time because the technologies that we're talking about today were not around in 1990. So I've been at it for a long time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Good.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Tiffany, I see very well. As long as the question was to Konstantin, he's still highlighted, pinned, as you say it. Okay, I have a question to Dr. Contreras, if he is able to switch on the microphone and video camera. Dr. Contreras, are you there, or you are disconnected? Because I have seen, no, maybe someone of other presenters are present specialists, because we have our good friend and one of the best representatives, Magneto, here. He was doing some gymnastics with his arm, like arms through all the presentation. He was showing something. So yeah, I was doing some gymnastics too. It's too difficult to sit for so long. So
Nita, Dr. Contreras is here and raising his hand.
I see that he's here, but he's
video
not...
is switched on already, yeah.
Yeah, this video is on, but no microphone. I need to hear him. Dr. Contreras, hello. Well, hello. I remember there was one of the cases that you have shown us yesterday from many of them. There was one case when number 18 or 19, I don't remember exactly, when there was some pain problems for the person or some issues with health. I don't remember exactly what are the names. And then the solution was that you have prescribed this person 6 different metals to take them. So, and he was taking those zinc, magnesium, etc., etc. I don't remember all the names of those metals. There were 6 of them. I can look at them later on, but can you explain us how you came to such a conclusion, you know, like that this exact person should take these specific metals as you know, a solution?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Hello.
Yeah,
hello.
We can hear you.
Okay, okay. Good morning to everyone. This conference, Dr. Constantine, was extraordinary. It's a complete approach to my clinical lecture by the way of studies and instrumentations. Excellent. Well, in the case of a patient with lack of energy that was confirmed in a BioWell test, the human body has the intermediary system of enzymatic reactions. There are 35,000 reactions by minute in every cell of the body. This is like thousand, like a cosmic numbers, astronomical numbers of reactions in the cells by each minute. Then the enzymes use metals for their nucleus to activate the production of energy. And then when we use the constellation of metals, it's a strong activity of the most of the enzymatic system that induce the reaction, thousands of reactions to produce energy. That's why the patient start to improve the energy just in a few days, 3, 4, 5 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, extraordinary recoveries in case of lack of energy of the patient.
So did this patient just took pills like with those metals?
Sorry, I understand.
Did this person took pills? Tablets?
Well, in a clinical way, the patient start to feel his or her energy getting better and start to to make everything fine in his life within a few days. This lack of energy in her case was a default, decrease, deficiency of this kind of enzymatic reactions due to the lack of metals. This is very important therapy, was used in Venezuela long ago to treat the cancer's problems. Was a very famous doctor there that cured a lot of people with cancer. Many cancers, the problem is the lack of energy in the cells.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, interesting. Thank you very much for the answer. And well, I can tell that now we have one more representative and distributor and trainer in Mexico, who is specialist in nutrition. So he is giving his, now he is authorized to give his seminars on BioWell in this aspect. So he is talking about the effect of nutrition and taking these food additives and different types of elements to add to the food, because due to the exhaustion of the elements in the soil in the world, even if you take bio-organic, ecological apple or tomato or banana, because the soil is almost exhausted from like how it's there is some name for this term. Well, almost no elements left there. So it means there's no elements left in the products and these fruits and vegetables. So even if you eat them in kilos, you will still not get enough these micro elements for your body. So it means in order to be healthy, it's just a common reality nowadays that you have to take some food additives. That's what he is explaining, and he has big presentations about that. And this is how he also treats patients and monitors it with the BioWell, showing how the energy changes if person starts taking this additional elements and additional food additives, right? It's a very effective way.
It's correct. That concept is correct. There are
okay. Yeah, Hisham.
It's correct.
Hisham is almost connected. He needs 5 minutes more. So if there are any questions to any of the presenters, they can tell. Or I have one interesting thing to tell you. We had a conversation with our Chinese factory today, and well, some of you know, some of our main distributors here know that we were planning in the beginning of the year to give small presents to our main distributors worldwide. So, and these small presents were like Bugatti or some other stuff, really exclusive, you know, only few pieces made on this planet, you know, like, and never been made before. Well, I'm talking about BioWell Mini. So, and well, unfortunately, we were partially misled by the Chinese factory, because they were saying that, well, yeah, everything is ready, we will ship, just tell us the address, we will ship. So, but it turned out that even if you give the address, nothing is getting shipped. So, well, it took us almost half a year till it has been finally finished. So now we have really exclusive samples of Biowell Mini, the Biowell that works with mobile phones through the Bluetooth model. So, and we are ready to, send these unique samples. They are not gold plated, don't worry. So you will have no problems with customs clearance to our main, most prominent distributors. So some of them are already here. So well, we have our own top list. Well, according to the sales, the input into the education, because education and training is one of the main aspects in Biowell. Without training, people use incorrectly, mostly Biowell. So Tiffany, you will get your sample. Nato, you will get your sample too. Elizabeth, here you will get your sample too. So you will be the first one on this planet to test these things. Well, not
Christian
is not here.
He's not here, but he will get it as well.
No, yeah, well, but Christian Borders, of course, he is doing a lot for development of the Biowell and marketing it a lot. So he is doing a big marketing campaign. Nima Farshid, he is also making good sales and also trying to give good education to his clients. So, well, these are our main people who will get the free samples, these exclusive samples of Biowell Minis. So, and you will be the first one to give us the feedback, because these are still prototypes, because these are the ones that, yes, we have done our tests on our side, but that's only my opinion, Constant and Dr. Kortkov's opinion, and factory opinion. That's not enough for proper testing. So we will rely on your opinion whilst you will get these devices and you will do these tests yourself. And we expect only truth, nothing else than truth from your side. If there will be anything that you don't like and you want it to be better, just tell us. There is still some possibility, capacity to make it better. So it's our thanks to you for your hard work, for all the efforts that you make worldwide to develop and make this Biowell Mini work better. And I hope that it will be our step to telemedicine. As we were talking, and some of the presenters were mentioning this, partially during their speech, that, well, the world is changing, and, well, you cannot meet all the clients and force them to come to you, right? So it will be very, very helpful if the client, even if he or she lives in absolutely other city or another country, can still do self-tests with the Biowell Mini, because it will be much, much cheaper than professional Biowell. So it's like a gadget, like smartwatches or something like that. Or, well, it's even less than a smartphone, right? So person will be able to do the tests themselves, and will be able to send you the results. And so the Biowell specialist will be able, without leaving the office or even the house, can do the analysis, can write the recommendations and send them to the client. So then it means that without even moving, you can do much more just being with anyone on this planet. So there will be no limits to use the biowell in a big scale. Well, yes, I have forgotten a couple of people here. Of course, we have in Asia, we have Gururaj, who is currently present here. He will have his sample too of the biowell mini. And well, I think Anura already has some samples because she was partially involved in the development. And if not, she will get one too for her big involvement in the process. So we hope to get the real feedback from users from all the different parts of the world. So these small samples will be sent to everyone. So, and then I hope that within the nearest future, it's very hard to really predict when it will be, but we will be able to start the mass production of the biowell MIDI devices. Of course, we will announce that, and you will know about this. Finally, we have Hisham Sami connected.
He's ready.
Yes, I
Hello.
can see him.
Good
He's
day.
already a
Good day.
co-host.
Sorry for mixing the time. I'm very sorry about this. Hopefully, it was not boring for you waiting.
No, it was a very amazing time that we have together. Not so often we meet together in such a big group.
Yes, that's why I hope that you might think about maybe making it more than one time a year. Would be great.
We'll see. No stress.
Okay. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity once again to talk a little bit about biogeometry. Some of you were present last year as we started to talk a little bit about the science of biogeometry. And I think part of the audience participants last year, they are already this year again. So I hope you enjoyed the last 2 days, yesterday and today, and hopefully this short lecture about biogeometry, sharing with you the information of this science would be also enhancing and helping you to be more healthy psychologically and physically. So we are started last year to talk about the biogeometry as a model of science, which is related to very important part of the universe, which is the healing energy exists on the planet, our Earth. And we were just talking, I will give in the beginning just a little bit summary of what we talked about in case just you forgot the main idea, and then we proceed. So on the planet Earth, there is particular places where well known in the past and until maybe the last 200-300 years, they used to call them the sacred power spots. These sacred power spots were known to give a healing quality effect. When people start to sit there, staying there for a while, they were able to feel ease physically, and they could also easier connect to what they knew as a part of their existence, which they called the higher dimensions. Today, some of us, I believe most of the participants in the Congress, they believe and they know that we are not only this physical dimension, that we have also the higher dimensions we call vital dimension, emotional dimension with many sub-dimensions under the emotional one, the mental one, and the spiritual one. The energy of these places were actually one of the main factors which kept civilizations of the ancients very long time. For example, the civilization of the Egyptians, which, as you know, last few thousand years, and now it's 2,000 years ago, but before Christ was something between 5,000 and 10,000 years. Some of the researchers extended the time of the Egyptian civilization not only for 5,000 years before Christ, but even up to 10,000, because the Great Pyramid itself, it's built They say 3,000 years almost before Christ, and it was not possible to stand up in the morning 3,000 years for Christ, and all of a sudden they have all knowledge with which they can build the pyramid. So it must have started long time before. So what I want to share with you also the start of this science as the developer of it is Dr. Ibrahim Karim. He's an Egyptian architect, and he was in a visit to France where he was able to get a bunch of mini books about the science called radiesthesia. And this science of radiesthesia, they were making a lot of researches in the 30s and the 40s of last century, and they were then able to also develop some researches until one of them actually passed away because he was using particular forms known by the ancient Egyptians. So that lead us to the point and the question, does the Egyptians knew about a specific power and energy emitting from the shapes? The answer is yes, and they had two types of shapes. Some of the shapes they were developing by observing nature, and these shapes they developed and designed were emitting the healing energy they needed in the religious rituals and in the daily life. And the other shapes they were developing to use it for the mummification. And because these shapes, they were able to emit a specific radiation, able to dehydrate the body. Dehydrating the body is very important part of the mummification process. These shapes, they were using them also in the tombs to protect the treasures inside from the thieves, because by marking the walls with these shapes and putting figures emitting this radiation quality, we have a name for this quality. We call it the vertical negative green quality. And in the beginning of the last century, they developed a term called the curse of the pharaohs, because the researchers, once they started to open the tombs and discover the tombs, some of them they died just after entering these tombs weeks and months later. But actually, this is nothing, not had to do anything with cursing, but it's just they were exposed by mistake to these forms in the tomb, and they didn't know about the effect of them, and then they suffered from the problems weeks later. One of the first two researchers who were started to try to develop using these Egyptian ancient forms, he passed away in the 40s, and because of this, the research stopped completely from the 40s to the 70s until Dr. Ibrahim Karim found their researches and collected these documents and started to figure out and thinking how can we benefit from these resources and developing shapes who are not harming but only beneficial. The researches lasted for about 45 years until he, in the 80s, 90s, and in the end of the last millennium, he started to show us the research's results. And he was able to find specific forms which he designed, and in the designing process, he was imitating simply the design principles of nature, because he used to tell us that we are not with nature, but we are nature. As a human being is not with nature, but we part of it. And he also used to teach us that we are not living on the Earth, but we are living in the Earth because the atmosphere is part of the planet. At the end, the science of biogeometry was able to benefit from the existence of the power spots and using the developed shapes Dr. Karim designed to recreate this exact type of energy emitted in the power spots. And these designs and these shapes and forms, when we use them to harmonize a space, whether it's a building where you work or a building where you live, it is depending on the fact that shape is a frozen piece of music. Shape itself, it's a resonance which is frozen in dimensions and measures. And the shapes we are using in biogeometry, which is emitting this type of quality, is actually able to go in resonance with the harmonious energy emitted by the power spots. So when you use these shapes at space, you are emitting the same type of quality of the power spots. And when you emitting these qualities, they got in resonance with the same exact quality of energy emitted by the closest power spots. And because of the law of resonance, you slowly start to create a power spot at the place where you are living. And the hazardous sources of energy we have today is, like we all know, the in age of the information, the devices, appliances, the handy mobile antennas, and there is something which is from nature, but we started to forget about it since 200-300 years, which we call geopathic stress. And the qualities of the energy emitted by the electricity, the electromagnetic field, and the quality of energy emitted by the appliances we have at home, plus the existed geopathic stress, they are going in resonance together. And by going into resonance together, then you have a stress on your biological systems. But when you start to change the vibrational quality of these sources by using the forms of biogeometry, then the healing energy is emitted and it will correct the qualitative effect of these different harming sources of energy, and you start to have the same feeling you would have if you would be sitting on a power spot somewhere. Do you have any questions until this point?
You can go on, Hisham.
If there is any questions, we can stop me, because then
people can type them in the chat if you just have the time to answer the questions. So people, it's better for them to write them in the chat and you will answer right from the chat window, okay? You can read them first and then answer if people will ask you, okay?
Okay, so let me share with you then some of the slides. I'm trying to share with you the screen I have.
Is this bad internet connection on your side? Sometimes your voice is not stable.
I have just read a note from Elizabeth that there is interruption.
Yeah, sometimes it's interrupts, sometimes.
So then hopefully we can proceed. So just still trying. Possibly the sharing is not working properly. So if you can see the screen of my laptop or not.
Yes. Start screen sharing.
I actually started, but
no, not yet. In the Zoom, click the share screen. It's not yet there. We still see only your face, not the screen. Try once again.
So hopefully
yes, now. Yes, it's going.
Good.
Yes, geopathic stress, right, and cancer.
So the slide here is showing us that the scientist and researcher Gustav von Paul's one was known to detect the geopathic stress areas, and he was entitled to check in specific villages in an area in Germany, because it was detected as so many cancer cases in these villages. And the interesting thing about the result of his research is that 80% to up to 90% of the cancer cases, they were located in about 10% of the space he was checking, which gave us the idea to think about that one of the main reasons of cancer cases, that it's related to the space where you live, to the geography where you spending your time. And this scientist, he actually suffered himself at the end of his life from cancer because of, at that time, he did not have a relationship with the using the healing energy of the power spots, but it gave us an indication about the background of disease like the cancer and its relationship with the geopathic stress. So the geopathic stress itself as main hidden danger is also responsible of most of the types of illnesses and diseases we have, and also not in the phase of pathology, but also when we start to be in a condition of sub-health, that the disturbance as disturbing sleep and headache, not feeling well psychologically, all these conditions which are before falling sick, has to do with not harmonized space where we spending the day or where we sleep. We can see here that the geopathic stress and the lines crossing in a field is one of the reasons, and this is known by the farmers also, that there is areas they know that it's not properly giving it's not fertilized, it's not giving good result when they spend the whole year then giving their efforts. And here we can see in this slide that the tree itself, it's trying to skip from the harming energy emitted by the geopathic stress line. And the other slide is also showing much more extreme condition. Then we can see from these different colors that there is different lines, and the bad luck for this tree that it's exactly on the crossing of different lines crossing at the same spot. But here by this slide, I want to think with you about what would be our health condition if we have such spots in place where we sleep. Because so many researchers have shown that the organ which is affected by cancer in our body, when you check the bed where these people sleep, you find that there is a node, there is crossing exactly in their bed where the organ was actually disease, was cancer. So there is clear relationship between this and that. Plus, there is also another phenomenon at hospitals that doctors, they could recognize that there is some beds, they call it that it's trouble in the result of the treatment is very slow in specific beds, but it doesn't have to do with the bed, it has to do with the area where this bed is located, which means that it is possible that just by moving your bed 50 centimeters right or left, you can change a lot. The science of biogeometry, when it's using different shapes to create the energy quality of the power spots, it's different than other types of treatments where also people using shapes to reach the healing effect. Because the difference is that when you use the shapes to emit healing energy, and you are falling into the term of dosage. It means whether you have the organ you are treating hyperactive or hypoactive, and here you need to be accurate in giving a specific dosage to heal this organ. But when you're using the principles of science of biogeometry, you are actually not the healer. Because we call ourselves the doorman. We are just the doorman. We are creating the healing energy, and when it's resonating with the higher dimensions of the human being living at space, then this connection between his physical body and his higher dimensions through the emission of the healing energy, it's causing something we call the centering effect. The centering effect is the result of being exposed to this healing energy by these forms. Because when you're exposed to it, this energy is not working by giving a dose. It's working by centering or correcting the default you have in your in the energy you are exposed to, coming from other different harming sources like the geopathic stress we talked about. So if you would go to a power spot to sit there for 1 hour or 1 day or 1 month, you will not suffer from any overdosage like when you take medications. So this is one of the important difference between the effect you enjoy when you are in a power spot where you are not in danger from overdosage, comparing when you use a modality giving you energy in a dose. The other special manners of this kind of energy, that it is, we call it, it is beyond time and space, because when you are in contact with this type of energy, you will not be in a frame of specific time, because when you are in contact with this energy, you could think about something happened in the past within the influence of this energy, and you could correct the way how you look to some traumatic incident you suffered from many years ago. So it is not, and then the present would change by changing the past. So this energy is actually not in the cage of the time. This energy could be in resonance with any human being, and it is not to be, it is not difficult for this energy to reach any element or any human being or any place on this planet, because it is traveling by speed which is faster than the speed of light. The energy of the power spots is actually the cornerstone of biogeometry, because the biogeometry is simply using the principles of design in nature to create specific forms, angles, and using specific numbers. These are, because they are designed with the principal designs of nature, then they come into resonance with this treasure we call the energy of the power spot. And by coming into resonance with this power spot energy, then you create the vibration condition of the power spot in the place where you use these designed forms. And by using this at space, you, like, instead of going to the power spot, you created the power spot here at your place where you live. This is actually what we are doing the whole last few years, if there is a need for this by one of our you can see here in this slide that what we have seen before on the open field with the tree, it's exactly the same story in a bedroom. You can see these lines, and these lines are so frequent that they are almost each 2 to 3 meters. You find different lines crossing from the north to the south, from the east to the west, and in the other directions too. So the possibility and the probability that you have knots here and there, it's very high. If you have a mirror in your bedroom, so you need whether to cover it or to harmonize it with an angle, because the mirror is reflecting these energies and will make it much more intensive. The same idea here, but this is the whole flat, and you can see that in all corners of a flat there is this type of energy running. When we started to use electricity, then the geopathic stress as natural type of energy started to be much more dangerous, because it's resonating with the same frequencies coming out of electricity. And by this, these lines started to be more harming. And since then, we have started to have the electricity, the story took different direction. Some of the people calling this the dirty electricity, because the human being and all nature creatures, they have electricity, but it's different type of electricity. It's not having the electromagnetic field, the harming one. And we always remind that as younger the human being is, as more vulnerable for the effect of these different types of energy. I remember that I showed this slide before, so try not to use a mobile phone near from babies, because it will disturb their nervous system for a long time just by exposing them to the phone call or making a phone call close to them for just a few minutes. Pregnant women are also to be considered that this would affect the baby and would affect them, because this kind of energy coming from the geopathic stress or from the appliances is also putting the biological system under high stress. Then here, this is an area which was harmonized by Dr. Karim in Switzerland because of the mobile antenna they were putting in the church tower there, and the results were fascinating. In just 1 week, the complaints of dizziness and concentration disorder and impaired vision, headache, and some people even started to sell their houses. They started to enjoy their life again just in 1 week of working in this place. We called it then the community of biogeometry, the miracle of Hamburg. Now I want to share with you the story of the ancient Egyptian monuments. We know that the Egyptians built so many obelisks and temples and statues. And by thinking about the statue of Ramses II or any of the statues which are in hundreds in the Egyptian museum, then we would ask ourselves why the Egyptians made so perfect statues in very perfect proportions, and why they were erecting them, putting them in specific places. Imagine if you would put your hands near from the level of one of the chakras we know in our body. Like first one here is the spiritual one, or the one in the middle, the heart one. We were taught that by just putting your hands on the level of the chakra, it opens the chakra and making it more in balance. Means that the body of the human being itself, it's including the secrets which making this body able to communicate with the higher dimensions and this type of healing energy. Because the human body created by the one created the universe, we believe, and the human body as not the emotions we have in ourselves, not the ideas, but I'm just talking about the form of our body, how our body designed in the forms, that the form of the human body is adopted and created by the same design principles of nature that the power spots which distributed on Earth, making us in harmony when these power spots are activated, are the same like the chakras in our body, harmonizing our body, and these chakras are like power spots in our body. So if we wanted to help these chakras to be at balance and flourishing and activated, whether we go to a power spot, then the chakra will be in resonance with the energy of the power spot, or we use our own body as a creation in a form able to resonate with the higher dimensions and this healing energy, because it's including these higher dimensions, by, for example, activating any chakras by putting our palms right and left on the same height of where the chakra is supposed to be. Or if you just raise your arms on that level, that way, then, and I invite you also to make the experiment having this position and making measurements. Definitely you will need to put a biowell device on the top of you, then to measure your fingers, while your hands, you need someone to help you with this. But it is interesting for me, and I will try to have the posture of opening the chakras and seeing if this position will make a difference in the balance of my chakras and the alignment. We say that if you feel even lazy to raise your hands like that, your arms like that, to harmonize your chakras, or to put them chakra by chakra at the level of the chakra itself, then try to take a cup of water, but empty, and put the cup exactly at the place where the chakra is supposed to be, and check how the chakra, because the energy of the chakra says like fire, then this will be circling and moving and activated around the form you have put on your body, I mean the cup of it. Then we were taught that because of the human body has this magnificent proportions, and with these proportions of the human body, it's able to communicate with the higher dimensions, that the reason the Egyptians build these statues, that they build the statues, if you remember, and if you visit the Egyptian museum or have seen this in some books, they looked, because they were, some of them were the statues presenting the pharaoh himself. But definitely the pharaoh did not look so perfect like the statue. So, but although each pharaoh looked differently, but the statue representing the pharaoh was always made in a very exact, perfect proportions. And because the statue here was not meant mainly to represent how the king, how the pharaoh looked like, but because the statue itself, with using the perfect proportions, is started to be able to communicate with the higher dimensions, vitality, emotional, spiritual, and so on, and the sub levels they have. And that means that the body, or the form and the shape of the statue itself, it has also chakras. So if you have a statue, small or big, but with perfect proportions, you have to know that this statue also has energy centers, although it's not like a living creature, but because the statue has the proportions of a perfection of a human body, it's also come in resonance and in communication and in information exchange with the higher levels of our being and the higher levels of the power spots and the earth. And this led us to think about, is it right or wrong that in a country like Egypt, they transported some temples and transported some statues from where they were erected to somewhere else? And the answer is no, it's not a good idea, because the statues were not just, and the obelisks also were not just put anywhere. They were looking for powerful power spots emitting the healing energy. Then they put on the power spot the obelisk or the statue with its perfect proportions and with its chakras, like the chakras the human being has. And this statue or the obelisk was working to enhance and amplify the signal coming from the power spot to be emitted in much more bigger area. So when you take an obelisk from Egypt, put it in somewhere else, like in France or in the USA, then it's not only you derooting the obelisk, because it was not here anywhere in, but it was standing on a power spot, and where you transported it, it is other quality of this piece of land you have erected the obelisk on. And the second common effect, that all the centers of the power spots and the centers of healing in our body and the statues and the other obelisks are actually disturbed by just transporting one simple obelisk from one place to another place, because it is all like weaved together in like a net. And this let us imagine how some of us would, without possibly without not on purpose, but how you could disturb and damage this whole constellation they have made. The pyramid itself also, it's not built anywhere. It's built on a very powerful power spot with specific configuration of the perfection of nature law of design. And it is connected with other power spots, like the power spot where the Sirius used to be and the Orion in that sky, So it's a planetary grid between the pyramid, the power spot at sky, and the power spot on the plateau of Gizeh where the pyramid is built. So this is where we can see the location. If some of us is able to cut into resonance using the pendulum with the space of or the area where the pyramid is built, you can detect clockwise, strong clockwise rotation from that spot. So by using this healing energy emitted from the power spot through using the forms and angles created in a project like a farm, you could see that the shelf time is extended by the fruits grow in a harmonized field. And harmonizing a field like this is really very uncomplicated. It's mainly by using colors, because the colors for us, it's specific wavelengths and quality. And we have explained last year also one time how the angle is equal to a quality, because when you used to experiment at school, this the glass prism experiment, and the light going through the prism. On the other side, you have seen the rainbow colors. According to the angle, then you have the different colors. So color is a quality, the quality is an angle. So the angle is the quality, and the form is collection of different angles together. So the form is mixed between different angles. And the form here is a frozen note of music at the same time, because music, like you know, is resonating and exchanging information with the universe. And the same if you have a specific shape designed with the consideration of the principles of the creation and the universe, then you are like writing a note of music. You can see the difference if there is healing energy at the field, if there is the vibration of the power spot quality, the difference to the field which is not treated with this. Water also, and I know you had today spoke about water, so then we speak here just from the point of the energy water can transfer and carry if it is moving in a specific angle. If we would use a specific angle, which is the 135, angle 135, in a design, this angle, it's actually the angle of the octagon. The octagon is 8 times 135. If the water is moving through this angle, it will be harmonized, because this angle is emitting harmonious energy. And this experiment they made, they used salty water, almost seawater. But the seawater was able to give the sweet potato fruit on the right side, the biggest one, although it's salt water, just by compensating the salt content in water through embedding and emitting harmonious energy at this water they used. The other chapter and part of biogeometry, it's not forms, it's just, we call it biosignatures, it's just 2D configurations, forms, or actually we draw different shapes on a piece of paper, or you have it printed on a piece of metal, and specific forms we have and shapes, we call it the biosignature. It's part of the biogeometry. It's coming into resonance with the same shape in our body where the energy is flowing. Like here in this slide, you can see the energy flowing in the heart in this shape. If you put any shape or even drawing the same on a piece of paper and close from the heart, then with the law of resonance, the same configuration, the same drawing will come into resonance, and it will enhance the energy flowing into the this is not a meridian, this is the energy pass in the organ due to doing the function by this specific organ. So, we have heard from Dr. Konstantin Korotkov that some people are able to contacting or exposed to the sun, that they like using the sunlight as food for themselves. Actually, I did not have the chance to meet someone practicing this possibility, but what we want to say that because I don't have myself an organ who could transfer the energy of the sun to be food and nutrition for my body, so I need an external organ, and the external organ doing this for me are the plants. And because of this condition that I'm needed to this external extension organ, plants, so we always say that harming environments, and part of environment are plants, is like exactly harming one organ of my body, because plants are my extra organ I need to transfer the sunlight to give me the nutrition. It's how just to see the importance of realizing and always being in contact with this fact that we are nature, not that we are not something else, and we are dealing with nature. So I will be so I just have a look to any question. I see the question about the Ankh resonance of shape. The Ankh, just if some of us did not see how this shape of Ankh looks like, the Ankh is like a cross, but the upper part is like a knot. So this form was always held by the priestess in the ancient temples, and also sometimes by the pharaohs themselves. The Ankh itself, we call it the key of life. They call it also in the ancient Egyptian history, the key of the Nile. So the Nile for the ancient Egyptians is equal to life. So the key of the Nile, the key of life. It has not to do with Christianity, because they were using this before Christianity a few thousand years earlier. But the Christians, as they started to live Christianity, and it was not easy for them to show this, they were using the ankh instead of the cross, but they meant it to have to be the cross, and so nobody can arrest them or put them in prison at that time. The question about the significance, how important this is, the symbol of the ankh, which is almost looks like a cross, it is related to the main directions on Earth. And for us, ancient Egyptians, actually, north was as good as not exists. For them, is not like today, mainly north and south, but for them, the main direction was the east and the west. For them, north was something primitive. They didn't have to do a lot with it. So east where the sun rising, and the west where sun set and the life after death. Do you use BioWell to measure geopathic stress? Definitely you can do this, but for me as practitioner in biogeometry, first I discover where the lines are and where the knots, because the knots are always emitting much more intense kind of energy, which is the harming one. So what I can do, what I'm doing is sitting on this, on that. First I make measure for me to, before the exposing myself for a while to this knot, and then I sit on that crossing of the lines, and I make another, but not for long, just for 2-3 minutes. Then I will see that the stress caused by the energy of the geopathic stress on that knot or this crossings is visible on the measurement of BioWell. This is actually clear to see the emotional pressure, how it's increasing. I was going out of the norm, and also the finger emitting is less balanced, and so on. Right from the ground till one height, the ground will be geopathic stress. This is a good question too, because sometimes we are living in first floor in a separate building, or there is high house who are living in a 5th, 10th floor. Geopathic stress, you would measure this energy even if you are in the 10th floor. The geopathic stress lines are 2 types. One is vertical, from the ground floor to the 10th, 15th, 20th floor. How as high as you go, you will find the lines. And there is also other type, which is horizontal. Horizontal is also always almost each 2-3 meters. So if I'm harmonizing a house of 2 levels, I have to check the horizontal lines in the 1st floor and the 2nd floor. But by the vertical ones, I check in the ground floor, and I'm just making a check. On the 2nd one, they are always going up the same place, the same line. If I harmonize them down, so mostly they will be harmonized in the 2nd floor. This geopathic stress can also increase because of the radiation. You mean the radiation of the electricity? Exactly. So this also a very good question, because like I said, since we started to use electricity at home, and in the last 20-30 years, you can confirm that what you are using of electricity and appliances at home is increasing, not decreasing. They are emitting the same frequency. We call it vertical negative green and vertical infrared, both. And by the law of resonance, if anything is emitting same frequency and the same vibration, the same wavelength, the same angle on the baseline, then they're coming into resonance. So it shows the importance of much more how we have to harmonize the geopathic stress lines, because they are now 200% more aggressive than 50 years ago. I hope I did not miss any questions out there. All right. So the problems of the environment today. So we have all heard about the global warming, and they were giving us reason for global warming, reasons like too much industry, too much pollution in the air. Some other, they were talking about the methane coming from the much bigger quantity of meat we are producing today. I'm not arguing with them, it's fine, but we believe that the main reason for global warming is the electromagnetic field we have today in the atmosphere of the Earth. So because electromagnetic field is energy, and it has thermal effect. So as much, if you would shut down the electricity at home for just short time, you will not only feel calmer, you may feel it's cooler, because the electromagnetic field is heating the air remarkably. The electromagnetic field also is not main reason for the global warming, but the cold vertical negative green radiation coming from the cable wherever the electricity is running is having a dehydration effect. That's why ancient Egyptians were using it deliberately in the process of mummification, because they needed to dry the body. Without consent, they take the brain out and the organs out, but the rest needed to be dehydrated. So there is dehydration condition in the atmosphere of the Earth, on Earth where we live, due to the electromagnetic field increasing. And dehydration here means that the life force and the vitality we used to have, we have less of it, less vitality, less life force by dehydrating our bodies because of the electromagnetic field. Some more questions. So the target of biogeometry is simply, instead of making the atmosphere of the Earth and the Earth a killing cocoon, is to make it a healing cocoon, simply by erecting, enhancing the power spots, which are the main treasure we have on Earth. And like I said before, the ancient civilizations, they last for thousands of years because they were aware of the existence of them, they were using them, and they were living close to the power spots, and they were amplifying the energy coming from the power spots to the whole villages and cities they were building. And it's not very ancient knowledge. Paris, Washington, Cairo, they were designed with the consideration of the power spots. So we're just talking about missing information in the last 200 years or more. So the holographic configuration between power spots and the higher dimensions we have is possible due to the resonance coming by the perfection of the proportions we have in our body form. So we don't need to think it's something difficult or far from reaching. The spiritual world of the past, it was not something like we think today, that spirituality, it has nothing to do with practicality. these people who were living in the ancient civilizations, they were very practical, because the spiritual rituals they were making almost on daily basis, it was a very connected with the practical needs. So, for example, you have seen in a lot of icons of Christian time, and you have seen a lot of pictures where the saints were holding their right hand that direction. Have you seen something like this in any of the icons? So people think that this is this finger, it's pointing to God, but it's not meant to be something as a religious ritual. This is because this position, if you put it that place here, it is directly, instantly emitting healing energy, which is the most simple way how to do something for healing. Some cultures in the past, they were pushing the top of their mouth with their finger, with their tongue, to create healing energy. But interestingly, it will not work if you're using your left hand. It must be, because I think Dimitri was using the left hand, right? So, but really, when we use the pendulum, we're using for biogeometry, we can detect if the pendulum simply is rotating clockwise, then you are in condition of healing and vitality with whatever you are in contact with. It must not be something you see with your eyes. It could be something you think about. So whenever I think about Dimitri, I have healing energy. Thank you, Dimitri. He's a good friend, and also Irina, a very good friend. So thinking just about people you like very much, you love very much, it's creating the condition of resonance between you and them. They must not be in front of you. Also, I will be very happy if they will come to visit me. But by thinking about the friends, then you have healing energy coming for free. So things for free today is very, very wished. And try to put your right hand finger that position, very simple, look. That way, here. And use a biowell to check how your scan results looks like with this position, on that, how you're going to do it technically. It's easy. Use your left hand, you can put it, and while your hand is here, and then with the help of someone else, you can, fortunately, the biowell is not so heavy, so you can move it to measure all your fingers and look to, but don't make a hole of your neck, just put it so close to here. So, and the very interesting thing for me, because biogeometry is actually my main passion, and biowell and bioelectrography. When you have, if you would have a statue, a wooden statue, with the arms and the hands and the head are just with axes, you can move it a little bit, so you can rise. So if you would put the right hand of this wooden statue, that position, the statue is not only healing him itself, but by healing itself and its chakras, it's healing everyone in the room. Imagine if you detect a power spot, which is sometimes so small as a head of a needle in your room, and you put the statue in this position on the power spot at your room. So he's getting power spot energy, and he is harmonizing itself with the power spot energy and with its own position. And then how intense the healing energy you will get if you are in the same room. What I want also to say that when you want to do some easy steps before being a biogeometry practitioner to harmonize your space at a simple way, I'll just remind you with some few points. Possibly I talked about them last year, or maybe you forgot them, maybe I didn't say everything about it. If you would come to the cable of your laptop, TV, all cables you have at home, you just, if you can see this easily, I just using this side because this is the closer one, but I'm normally will use the other end. So imagine this is the other end. And you make a knot like this, right? So you disturb the electromagnetic field. And if you have, you know, the pen with the marker, the white marker, or the corrector, sorry, the white corrector, you can just make 9 points with a corrector, leave 5 centimeters and make 16 points. This very simple step is protecting you from the electromagnetic field from this cable. Simply. And if you use any pendulum, it must not be the biogeometry pendulum, the natural pendulum. Most of you, I think, they have experience with using pendulum. Go in resonance with the cable before you treat it and see if your natural pendulum is rotating clockwise, which will not happen because it's electromagnetic field and harming you, and then make this treatment. Very simple, but just take a minute. And then move your pendulum forward and back. This is a natural position, and see how it will rotate. I can bet with you, with whatever you like, that it will rotate clockwise once you have both the 9 points, space 16 points. Experiment it at home. It's like playing science. To all cables, if you want to be the best at your class, go to your main electricity panel. By the entrance of your flat, there is a box where the buttons serving the whole flat, right? Do the same on a piece of paper and stick it between the buttons. 9 space 16. 16, you know it better than me, 16 has to do with the golden ratio. Because the golden ratio is one of the universal constants. The 3.14 or the 1.618 is universal constant. Or there is something not very known. I would like to share with you. Something was known by the ancient Egyptians. It calls the cubit, Egyptian cubit. The Egyptian cubit is 5.236. 5.236. Do you know that the dimensions of the Great Pyramid is in cubit? Some cubits on the whites, and because the whole 4 sides are the same length. They are cubits. I try to remember how many cubits. Cubit is 1 cubit is 1 meter 23 centimeter 6 millimeter. And the chamber of Cheops, the pharaoh of the Great Pyramid, the chamber of Cheops, it has all the universal constants. Why? Because these universal constants are resonating and resonant, talking, communicating with the healing energy at the universe and on Earth. So they have all the constants at this chamber. The 3.14, the 1.618, the 5.236, and the meter. The meter, by the way, is universal constant. Do we have here any people from France by coincidence? If there is, I don't want you to feel offended to tell you that the French did not invent the meter. Sorry, they were the Egyptians. So I will tell you why. The French thought that they find the meter in 1700 and something. But I will tell you a very short, interesting story about the ancient Egyptians. Sometimes I did not believe that they are my grand fathers and mothers. They were looking for a constant measurement to measure with it between themselves. They used this and used that, and it was not constant because in the different places in the Egyptian country, this fruit was big and small, this branch was big and small. So we were looking long for constant to measure with it everything. You know what first constant thing they used, and it was really working perfectly? The drop of water. That if you put on a surface, like glass surface, a wooden surface, a drop of water, fresh water, not salty water, it will build a circle. The diameter of the circle is a centimeter. And they called it the royal finger. The centimeter, Egyptian invention, by observing nature, the drop of water everywhere, and experiment this. Drop a drop of water, fresh water, on a smooth surface at any place. It will build a circle of diameter of 1 centimeter, royal finger. Then they spoke about the royal hand. It's not my hand for sure, it's their hand. It was the decimeter, the 10 royal fingers, 10 drops. Decimeter, 10 drops, 10 royal fingers. Then 10 decimeters or 100 drops made the meter. So they called it the royal leg. But not each pharaoh has the same leg like the other one. But at the end, 100 drops of water is 1 royal leg, 1 meter. So the 4 constants, they were by them. Why I'm going into the universal constants? Because they're all the universal constants giving us an idea about how these people were aware of how to resonate with nature. Power spot, healing energy. What we do to come, if you have a radio and you turn the button, there is frequencies. This frequency giving you music, the other one giving you Dimitri, the third one giving you Irina, the fourth one giving you. Everyone is talking through a specific wavelength. The wavelengths of healing energy, they knew about it, and they find it out the royal constants. So there is a meter, and there is the phi and the pi and the cubit. By the way, it's something personal. I will tell you, I'm building in the desert in Sinai. Started to build the building for someone running a piece of land I have there. It's still desert, but I put extra the 4 universal constant in the building. Each measurement is whether a meter or a phi or a pi or a cubit. You can half of it, you use half of it, or you can have 150% of it. It would work the same, it would emit the same. The other point is that when they use this in the chamber of the king, where his soul should be traveling after his death, after they put his body in the chamber. So his soul should be traveling through the shaft of the pyramid, which is with the royal constants built on a power spot, connected to a power spot in a planetary grid with star was Cyrus, and he is traveling, and to help him in his trip with his soul traveling after death to the other world, they wanted to make this trip easy, so they were using all natural principles in his chamber to guarantee the complete full resonation between the healing energy at sky and the one on the earth. I have here a question about the geopathic stress. You get to find out about the geopathic stress in my home. There is 4 cases of cancer in the building. Sorry for that. 2 of them passed away. My son sleeps on the same lines where his father and uncle used to sleep. How can I contact you? Okay, this would be easy. We can, if the Dimitri and Irina would allow, we can give the email address. We can contact me for this information. But his question is, bring me back, because we were talking now about the healing energy, the beneficial one. We will talk back again about the geopathic stress. If you have find out that there is problem, an issue in the bed where you sleep. So you think there is a geopathic stress. Classically, if we don't know about biogeometry, we will move bed, right? So avoid this. To be at least not sleeping over the cross. But there is something else. If you would put a router on the line, then the router emitting the harmful energy quality being on the geopathic stress line will work exactly the opposite than what the obelisk with its perfect proportions and the statue with its perfect proportion on a power spot. As good as power spot with a statue in working together, the router on the geopathic stress line will work exactly the opposite, and it will emit these qualities of the line to your bed. So escaping from the problem is not helping enough. So we need to solve the problem. Because I'm not there, I would like to be there, but I will tell you something you might try to do yourself. Use a natural bending. This, because the point is, Dimitri, I cannot ask them to have this position day and night, unless they want. Use the natural bending and take and go to the line or to the area where you feel disturbed or you think there is a disturbance, and move the pendulum and go in contact, but just for not more than 5 seconds, because it's harming. 5 seconds and skip away. Go in and skip away. I don't stay more than 5 seconds in communication with a line, because it caused me headache and my bones in my hands feel hurting. So I have just to go in and out fast. So definitely your pendulum will rotate anti-clockwise because you are in contact with, now we are talking about applications. So hopefully you have, you are interested in this. The pendulum will rotate anti-clockwise because you are losing vitality by this communication with this type of vibration coming from the line. We agree? Then be ready with the most simple way to harmonize the line, which is using numbers. If you have played as kids with the small glass balls, I don't know how you call them, just so small out of glass, or you can use anything looks the same. Number of bends looks the same. Number of sticks of wooden, anything looks the same. Repetitive. And put one piece on what you think it's the line and check. Still anti-clockwise, so the number one didn't harmonize. Put 2, 3, 4 until the pendulum starts to rotate clockwise. This means that the emission coming from this group of whatever the thing is, but must be the same on that line, this group of what you have done on the line is in resonance with the healing energy, the life force of the next power spot, wherever it is, and is able to call the healing energy from the power spot, from where it is, by this 4 or 5 balls or 4 or 5 cups, whatever it is. I want you to discover what number could change the vibration qualitative effect on you. Thus, once the pendulum starts to rotate clockwise, when start to rotate clockwise, stay more than 5 seconds. Stay 10, 15, to clean yourself from the energy came into you by the beginning of the experiment, and to enjoy the new bursts of this line, because this line is like a child screaming, disturbing by screaming, but at the end of the day, it's a child. When you teach this child to sing with its voice instead of shouting, then I want you to listen to the music of the line when it started to be harmonized. And then it is safe for you to sit and to sleep on it. When the rotation changed from anti-clockwise to clockwise, this is the numbers. This is easily. Hello.
Yes. Hisham, yeah, well, it's my son is already has come to take me back to home.
All right.
So he thinks that I'm working too much on the weekend.
I think you're working too much also. I share your Sunday.
No. So Hisham, thank you very much for your presentation, for your inspirations. And
I'm sorry for being late, but just here in Switzerland, we are dreamers. We think the whole world is having just the Swiss time because the whole world like the Swiss chocolate. This is just a manifestation.
Ah, really?
When you eat a lot of...
In every country, there is an excuse. If you come to India, they will say that they have Indian stretchable time. So
I'm not different fashion in this case. Good.
Every time is a good time. Any time is a good time.
I would love to go to India anyway.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, well, we didn't spend too much time on that on the small pause, but we had the opportunity to make some questions and answers whilst you were not present. So it's all good. It's all good. Thank you very much for your inspirations and some interesting ideas about what kind of experiments to make. Well, in fact, we have different ideas in our BioWell community of different types of experiments. And as we have seen during these 2 days, people are experimenting with many stuff in many different spheres. And that's what makes BioWell an awesome tool, because we can apply it in psychology, in consciousness studies, in sports, in medicine, if somebody wants to, in just life coaching and many other things. And we can go to also the space measurements, the sacred places measurements. These experiment by Elizabeth with the EMF neutralizers, again showing the effect of the these cards with the use of the BioWell and Sputnik. So such a vast field of application of BioWell, and that's, you know, that's an interesting thing to measure too. And
can you see, Dimitri? I have seen here Mr. Life in Yoga. He has very good.
Yeah, well.
So it works.
Why not? Why not? I am open-minded scientist. I will test it myself too. So yeah, Dr. Contreras, I can make it possible to switch on the sound. If you want to ask some question, you're welcome. No, you have to switch on this sound, Dr. Contreras.
Thank you. Contribution. Here is the triplet warmer meridian coming from the kidneys and abdomen, and give the ancestral energy to the body. Then making some
tapping.
Yes, and that will make a lot of energy and give you abundance of richness and so on. But from here, right in the top, do 20, you can have energy of the sky coming in the chakra.
Crown chakra.
clear the frontal chakra also. Then you can have a lot of sound and light coming to your body. That's all.
Okay, okay. So another idea for a research. So anyone present, you are welcome to take this idea and do it on a controlled, double-blind research group. You are welcome. And we will help you to publish this paper in some very, very important scientific journal. Well, Biowell can be applied in so many different fields, so that I think that next year we will have new presenters with new results from unexpected ones. Maybe somebody will do this research and will present it next year. So hope to hear about it. Well, Hisham, you can do it yourself too. You have lots of people, at least half a year you are interacting with lots of people, so you can just scan them briefly. It takes only 20 seconds to scan with the Biowell. So I want to thank everyone for presentations. We have had, I would not say that it was too steep the schedule. It was pretty flexible, good. I like the format of this Congress. Not so many, but just enough. Like 4 or 5 presentations a day is very good. If there are any questions, welcome. You can write them down to the presenters. Most of the presenters are still here. I can see Konstantin Pavlidis is here, Elizabeth is here, Dr. Contreras is here, Konstantin Korotkov is here. Who else from the presenters? Oh, I'm here too. I've been presenting yesterday, yes. So if any questions are there, you're welcome. If not, then I will make it look like this. You can take a look at the geography of the participants. I can see Honduras, I can see Sri Lanka, Switzerland, Austria, Malaysia, Brazil, Mexico, India, and maybe many other countries are here, but I don't see the videos of these people. So, and of course, we are happy that Biowell is helping to unite the world, because there are so many problems always that can detect us from each other, and we are happy that Biowell helps to attract us together. And thank you, everyone. I don't see any specific questions. That's just the gratitudes, congratulations, etc. And well, Konstantin, your final word to close the Congress this year. Can you switch on the sound, please?
Okay. So you see this year, as I mentioned in my presentation, is very unusual and very uneasy year. And we don't know what will be in the future, but what we know for sure, that our development will grow. That Biowell will spread out more and more. We have new development, we have new instruments coming, we have more and more people who join us, because this is not just technology. This is not just diagnostic or analysis. It is your own spiritual development. That's why we today, in those days, we have people both from hard science up to highly spiritual topic. And I hope it's our basis: science, information, and spirit. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for presenting and presenters. Thank you for participation in all this. And I'm sure that we are all connected. Of course, please send us all your questions, all your ideas, all your remarks. The more negative points you can pinpoint to us, the better. Because only if we have this response from you, only if we have feedback, then we can improve. And I hope what we'll do in next stage. So thank you, everybody, and let's be connected.
Yeah, show your fingers and we will make the final screenshot.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thanks. See you. Bye-bye.